Okay. Okay. I think in future we should have a smaller Mac for this one, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
It's ridiculous. All right, I think we're on. Let's check that the stream is going.
I'm not seeing it on our channel yet.
It normally takes a while, and last time we had a huge issue where I restarted it and everyone lost to see us. So let's see if we're
checking my phone. Not seeing it yet. Do we have chat? Somewhere?
We do. Let me go to the studio and just make sure. Okay. Okay. That's a nice comment from someone. So live. Yep, I don't see it either. Where is this thing? Are we streaming to the wrong channel? Where's the stream?
Do you have it on Twitch for some reason?
No, no.
Okay.
But I don't want to end it because last time we ended it too early and then it came up and then ended really quickly for people.
Mm-hmm.
It's meant to start at 9, which is now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here it is, Black Friday Live. Okay, I'll make it public. That's probably the problem. So it was never published a day before like I intended to. I came and did it, but it was unlisted.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we should be live now. Do you want to just see? Nope, I still can't see the stream. It really doesn't. There we go, we're live. Okay, I can see it. Okay, so I'm going to share it on, unfortunately, we haven't shared it. So it's going to take a long time for people to join. I knew something was wrong. I couldn't work out what it was. Okay, well, we're live. Good, okay. So I'm just going to share it on X. How should I say? Come join us. Okay. Okay, that's on X. I'll put on Discord as well so people can share. We'll just wait for people.
Hello, folks.
We're, as always with our live streams, we're getting set up rather slowly. I'm just going to put this here and I'll bring it up. Do you see any comments yet?
Yep, I'm just bringing it up live on the...
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. I'll keep mine up here as well. I'll just put it onto Discord in case people...
We also hope that there's going to be some genuinely good deals, but we'll see.
Yeah. We'll bring up our deals list in a second so we can go through it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to share it on Discord so people know. I'll put it on here. Let's see if they already come up. Video suggestion server announcements, uploads. Let's make sure that just came up. Okay. Okay, that's that one. Okay, and I'll put it in the general chat as well, which I shouldn't do, but I'm going to do it anyway. How many people have we got?
Let me see. 80 people are watching.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we're just slowly getting set up, guys, but feel free to put your questions in. Okay. All right, good. I might bring the oh, I shouldn't bring it up here, but okay.
Yeah, I'm watching the chat too, so I'll...
Let's get started. Good morning, everybody, or good evening if you're in India or wherever you are. We're glad to be here with you today. So it's an exciting day. It's Black Friday, the biggest laptop buying day of the year. And we've got some great deals we're going to try and walk you through.
Yeah, did you want to start with that, or do you want to start with questions, or what do you?
What do you think about the questions? If the questions are good, let's start with the questions. That's what we're here for.
Okay, somebody's buying a base model M4 MacBook Pro today, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs of storage. It's at $1,400. Is that a good buy?
Base MacBook Pro, what was it? 16?
16 gigs of RAM, 512 gig storage,
Which
1,400.
base, the M4 one?
Yeah, the M4
Okay.
base one.
So let's have a look what we got on our site. So I'm going to bring it up. So just so everybody, we're going to be using justjosh.tech, which is our website, where we have done a huge amount of work to create this guide for you, where you can just click on Black Friday deals and you can see what's there. We've also got this like helpful little link that here you can press. So I'll show you. So we can press MacBook. It's just at the top here. And now we can filter down to the MacBooks. And then obviously we've got filters on the side here you can do as well. But let's have a look if the MacBook Pro M4 is here. So the 16 gig of RAM, we're seeing what price
Yeah,
was?
1,400.
1,400. Yeah, I think, and if you're asking for my opinion on that, yes, I think any M4 MacBook Pro, when you're thinking about M4, the base model, which is this one here, which we're talking about right now, when you think about the base model, I think $200 off is very fair considering it just came out. And then when you're thinking of the higher end configurations, $250, $300, even $400, this is a very good deal. These are some very, 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 very good prices. See, $400 off if you want the 36 gig of RAM, 1 terabyte. That's the M4 Max, which I don't love, but if you are to get it in a 14-inch, that's the way to go. So these are great deals on Apple right now to come up with this incredible new processor, and all of these laptops have had, certainly the M4 model, M4 Pro model, there's been a lot of upgrades from the M3 counterparts. Happy to walk people through them if they want to, otherwise it's in our buying guide video. But these are very good deals. Yep, absolutely, these are safe to buy for sure. So we're using, again, guys, this is justjosh.tech. This is our website, which we've spent a lot of time creating like a hub for laptop buying for everybody, which has all the deals right here and helpful filters. So let's keep going.
Somebody's asking about the ZenBook S14. Apparently it's not going on sale for Black Friday, but it was on sale previously.
Okay. So we're looking it up now, guys. So we're using the search on the website. So we're looking it up, and we have a price tracker, which we have on the website here.
But
wow.
It doesn't appear that we've seen any sales for it at all.
Yeah, so I guess I don't think this is a great deal at $1,400.
No, we like the ZenBook S14, but I don't think that I would buy it at full price.
Yeah. If you're open to switching to Mac, I mean, the MacBook that we just saw, the M4 Pro, with it's the MacBook Pro 14-inch with the M4 base model. It's the same price, and it's also got 16 gig of RAM.
I think you're getting a much more premium package with that too.
Yeah. But the only thing I think with that one, just let me check, I can't remember how much storage that base model comes with.
512.
It does have 512, wow. Yeah, this is much better than the ZenBook S14 for the exact same price. If you're open to switching to Mac. If you're not, we can go through some PC laptops for you guys as well.
Yeah, I think there's some of the other Lunar Lake ones are going on sale, like the VivoBook, which is the more budget model, but I think the VivoBook Lunar Lake just went on sale for Black Friday.
Yeah, that's a Snapdragon one, so let's just jump down to, we've got the Slim 7i Aura Edition. That's a great option for $999.
Yeah, for $999, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a fantastic option there if you want to stick to Windows. That's going to be, I think it's a better all-round device than the ZenBook S14. It's a little bit big because it has a 15-inch screen, but for a 15-inch laptop, it's big because it's 15-inch, but it's actually quite compact for that screen size. But $999, that just can't be beat. That's a great deal.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah. I wonder if we should put some text on the screen to let people know where the website is. I think we've probably got it in the actual video at the very top. Yeah, it's right at the top, guys. The link we're using. If you click on the comment section, or if you click in the description of the stream, you'll see it right there. That's where we are.
Yeah, the top two links are both our website. So
perfect.
Someone said they're really worried that the G14 isn't going on sale for Black Friday. So that one we do frequently go on sales, or we see it frequently go on sales. So that kind of surprises me.
Let's bring that one up. I would say that this is definitely, I do not think this is a good buy at this base price at all. Matching what Sierra just said, here's our price tracker for the G14. You can see it's been as low as $1,100, right? It shouldn't be. This is way too expensive, $1,600 for a 4060, and you've got the older Ryzen Zen 4 processor. We know we've got Ryzen
Zen
RTX,
5.
well, Zen 5 is already out. We've got RTX 5000 coming out at CES, most likely from NVIDIA. It'll probably hit laptops, a couple of months afterwards, but this is not a good price. RTX 4060 laptops, especially with Zen 4, this should be like $999 right now. So this is not a good buy, the G14.
What about the more expensive one? I mean, because I like that configuration better with the 32 gigs of RAM. What's the pricing?
Still $2,000.
No, I know. I meant the price tracker.
Yeah, it's gone down to 1,600. So that's
a better deal for how compact it is and premium.
But it's not on sale.
Yeah, no, it's not on sale right now. Yeah.
So this is not a great buy. So let's skip over the G14. And big thanks to Kayam, who's helping us linking the website as we go. And he's behind the scenes. He's been helping us collaborate, get a lot of these deals on that you're seeing right now. So that's great. So we're going to go back to our Black Friday deals. Maybe, Sierra, should we just walk through the deals and see what are good? You want to do that for a moment? I'm just going to check how we put text on screen for this. What are you liking here? Oh, that's 8 gig.
Yeah, I think the VivoBook S15 is my favorite there, just because it's the, I actually like that Snapdragon quite a bit, and that's a pretty good deal on it.
$549, yeah, that is a good deal for a 15-inch Snapdragon.
Like that's just a solid laptop for that price, especially for a light user. I would say if you're not worried about app compatibility with the ARM version of Windows, like the S15 is a pretty solid laptop. I liked it a lot. The LOQ is a good deal. I would say it's not the best deal. I mean, it says it's the best price ever, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, actually, we probably do have the best price on that because that's the 4060 version.
Yeah, we updated that yesterday. That's a decent price.
Yeah. I'm seeing some of the like 3050 go on sale and other versions of the LOQ, so I would watch out for that because the LOQ is on sale almost everywhere right now. I think we are linking to the configuration we would recommend there. So
I'm just going to put some text on screen so people can see what we're recommending as we go. We'll just make it a bit bigger, actually. Just give me a sec, guys, and we will be back. And then we want... that doesn't allow us to select colour, which is interesting. Here's our... Yeah, does it? Font style. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not letting you pick colour.
That's very useful, isn't it? Oh, here we go.
Oh,
okay, perfect. Sorry, guys, just give us a second.
Or just make it dark. Or yeah, blue. Dark blue.
Kind of match it. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a gradient.
Yeah. Okay. And let's bring it down. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like bottom left or something.
Yeah. So people can see which that we're reading off our website, basically. Okay. Maybe make it a bit smaller. What do you think? Or it should be in black. Do you think black? Yeah, let's make it black.
Okay. Yeah, let me keep looking at questions here. Someone asked, do you recommend Lunar Lake even if the RAM is soldered? Which, unfortunately, is just kind of the norm, I would say, with a lot of the newer laptops.
Yeah.
So if you're not into that, you might look into an older laptop. But
I think their question is, I think maybe what they're getting at is like, would we still buy Lunar Lake even though the RAM is soldered?
Yeah.
I think it depends on your use case. I think if you're a casual user, mostly light tasks like browsing the web, managing it, like I'm managing I have the one right here. This is not a Lunar Lake one, it's a Snapdragon, but obviously RAM is soldered as well. I think 16 gig is fine. I think for most people on Lunar Lake, 32 gig is excessive because they're not that powerful machine. You're not going to go do video editing or something that's really going to need more than that. So I actually don't think it's the end of the world, especially if they were coming with, say, 8 gig and 16 gig, that would be a different story. But now that memory has become, I would say, reasonably accessible, it's a bit cheaper. I think I wouldn't, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it would be a different situation if it was soldered like it is on the Mac on more powerful machines. Then that's a bit of a restriction, but I think it's kind of okay. All right, we got it up. Is that fine? What do you reckon?
yeah, just so that people know where we're at.
Yeah, that's the website which we're using. All right. let's have a look at some more deals. What have we, else have we got? The MacBook Air M13. Oh, that's not a great. Oh, $799. That's the M3 model. It's not bad, even though it's only 8 gig, 256 gig. A lot of people are going to like that one. Legion Slim Pro 14. Oh, okay. That's the older Slim Pro 14. This isn't the new Zen 5 one, but this is the older one. This isn't bad with a 3050 and the older Zen 4 processor for $899. That's not too bad. Surface Laptop 7, I like that a lot for $900. I do. That's a great one. That's what we have here. So this is the one I personally use for managing this
Josh
business.
uses it all the time.
Yep. So I have it right here. I really like that one for light use. And it's the X Plus variant, which is, we've got a video out on X Plus versus X Elite. We bought both of them. The X Plus, X Elite just didn't bring that much to the table. Not in this chassis. MacBook Air 15 M2, $999. That's a pretty decent, 8 gig of RAM for $1,000. I'm not loving that. 16 gig. See, this one is much better. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this, guys. You got the M2 and the M3. The M3 is the same price as the M2 and comes with more memory. So you should buy that one. I think we even disable this one. Maybe Kaim, could you disable this one? And set, we should probably have the MacBook Air 15 is good for home or office use. It's not here as a tag, but we probably should. But that's a great price. MacBook Air 15 for $1,000 with 16 gig of RAM. And the M3, wow, there's some really good deals on the Slim 7i. The Aura Edition, which we talked about, is fantastic. That's a larger screen laptop, 15 inches, but it's pretty thin. It's very portable for what it is. But $999, that's a great price with Lunar Lake. What else have we got here? Let me see if there's, it's kind of nice walking through the deal, so it kind of sets the scene for like when the questions come in.
Yeah.
So we've got MacBook Air 15 M3. This is the 16 gig of RAM, 512 gig. Best price ever, guys. Obviously, that means it's the best price our price tracker has ever seen it for. You can see our price tracker here. You can just click on it, and that'll tell you the pricing. The Alienware M16R2 with a 4070 for $1,300. I don't mind that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's actually a decent deal. That was one of your guys' favorites like last year, right?
Oh no, this one came out earlier this year.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This
M16 and X16 are different?
Yeah, that's right. The X16 is technically they're higher in range. You can get a 4080, 4090 with it, and it's a much bigger footprint. The M16 is the smaller, more, I try to use the term loosely, budget conscious. No, it's more value conscious.
Okay.
The only thing I don't love about here, the Ultra 7 processor is not a strong one. So in gaming, you might be held back a bit by this processor, but it's not a bad deal. I'd say that's an okay deal.
Yeah.
Given it has a 4070. The Yoga Pro 9i, favorite of this channel. Yeah, this is a flat out buy for this price. $1,300. Only has a 4050, but you get 32 gig of RAM. Now you get the Core Ultra 9. That's a good price. Acer Predator Helios Neo 14. This is one of my personal favorite gaming laptops. You got a 4070, 32 gig of RAM, Core Ultra 9. See, this is a better spec than the Alienware we just saw. It's $100 more. Now, it's only a 14.5-inch screen, not a 16, but this screen gets brighter. It's a better quality screen than the Alienwares, so that's a good buy. I don't think is this the best we've seen it? 450 off, yeah. This is a great buy, I think, 450 off.
Yeah, that's a good laptop. I really like that one.
HP Spectre 14 is the older model. It may look like it's on a big sale, guys, with $500 off, but the Flip is out now, which may be a better option. Let's check how much the Flip is. Let's say the Flip is $1,600. No, so I guess it's competitive. Let's go back to the Spectre. So the Flip isn't on sale, which is the newer version of the Spectre. But the Spectre was still pretty good. It's a decent, but given a 32 gig of RAM, 2 terabytes of storage, this is the upgraded model. That's not bad, actually.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I would say it's a little outdated right now, but it's, it's a good laptop still.
Yeah. On that note, let's just delve into what Sierra said. We talked about this with our review of the Flip, which is the new version of the Spectre. This came out like early this year, so it's using Meteor Lake, where the newer version uses Lunar Lake. That being said, there are two things I like about this one. So the older version, it is a little bit bigger and heavier than the newer one, but you do get that more comfortable keyboard. The newer one's only 1 millimeter of travel, where this is quite deeper. It's a really comfortable keyboard. Plus, I think 32 gig and 2 terabytes of storage is a good amount. And I think the Core Ultra 7, it's still a decent laptop. I do agree with you. Like this one in this chassis, this does not perform the same as like in the Alienware we saw earlier, right? In this particular chassis, it performs less, it performs more, kind of on par to Lunar Lake's multi-core, but it doesn't have the benefits of Lunar Lake, like the better graphics, like what you said. Yeah. Okay. Gosh, there's a lot of deals, guys. There's a lot of deals. Fun enough, this Legion Slim 514, I would choose and it's only a 4060. I'd get the Helios Neo, for sure over that.
I agree.
Yeah, the Helios Neo, that's one of the best deals we've seen, guys. This one here, 32 gig of RAM, 1 terabytes of storage, 14.5-inch screen, and it is a stunning display. This one, it's high resolution, fast refresh rate, bright for 4070. That is a freaking amazing deal.
Yeah, and it performs very well. So compared to some of the other 14-inch gaming laptops that like underwatt their GPUs or limit their performance, it does a better job. So
good point.
Yeah.
Every MacBook Pro 14 is a great buy right now, I would say. They're all just on sale and they're great sales, $200 off, given how this is a good buy without a sale right now in the laptop world. So for $1,600 to get 1 terabyte of storage, 16 gig of RAM in a MacBook with this chip is nice. Got some MacBooks showing up. Legion Pro 7i. That's on a nice sale for a 4080. That's pretty good.
Yeah, one of the commenters was talking about that they just snatched that one up, so I was going to bring it up if we didn't have it. Yeah,
that's any 4080 that's under $2,000, and this is a high quality machine. That's a good deal. If you want to do some gaming, that's a very good deal.
They said they were between that one and the G16, but I do feel like the 4080 performs better in the Legion than it does in the G16, just because of the thin and light chassis.
That's very fair. Yeah. We got our Acer Predator Helios 18, which won our best 18-inch gaming laptop award. That is a 4090 for $2,400. That's a good deal as well. That's a very good deal.
Yeah.
Legion Pro 7i. That's the same one, but this is a 4090 version.
Yeah, the 4090 is not on the same kind of sale.
Yeah, if I was getting a 4090, the 18-inch Predator, I mean, that's a huge laptop, but gosh, that's a great gaming experience.
Yeah.
So we've got some big, these savings on the Macs, guys, are pretty good. So you've seen some M3s, which is, I would probably veer away from that. I would, seeing that the M4s are on the same kind of sale, I'd go for the M4s. I mean, it's only a $200 difference. As I said in my video, there needs to be at least a $400 difference to get an M3 over M4. But $400 off the MacBook Pro 16 M4, the Max one, that's fantastic. I'm going to buy this. That's what I'm going to buy. Seriously, we're buying this today. We already have one, but we're going to buy another. That's fantastic, $400. That's just absolutely schmick. Okay, so let's see what the questions are. We have 216 people.
Yeah, we're getting lots of questions. I'm a student that does casual tasks, but also work on some 3D visualization softwares, programming for bioinformatics, but require a lightweight chassis. Any suggestions? They're G14 2024, Yoga Pro 9i.
Well, Yoga Pro 9i isn't going to be a lightweight chassis.
Yeah, I don't think it is. But yeah, sounds like they do 3D work and programming and.
I mean, my 2 cents. The best deal that we've seen right now for you, it's a bit heavy, but that Predator Helios Neo 14 can't be beat. For that, if you assuming you want to stay on Windows, not Mac. If you want to go to Mac, the MacBook Pro 14 base model, which I have here, it's right there. That one's a good one to get. Other than that, I would say, given that the G14 isn't on sale, the Legion Slim 514, apologies, not the Legion Slim 514, the Acer Predator Helios Neo 14. If we're talking about deals today, that is a 4070 and Sierra, as you said, it's high wattage.
It actually performs well, yeah.
Yeah, 32 gig. This is going to be hard to beat, honestly. The battery life won't be great. It is it's a bigger 14-inch laptop. But I would probably, you could get the Yoga Pro 9i is even bigger, so I'd probably avoid that for the use case if the person's a student. And I think 14.5 inches, given how high quality this display is, you're going to love it. I would get that. You're going to have to carry a charger with you. It is what it is. You know, I think that's too good a deal.
Yeah, it is a good deal.
And by the way, folks, a couple of things, and just some housekeeping. We would love it, appreciate it. If you aren't subscribed, click that subscribe button. That helps supercharge and grow the channel. We've done some tremendous growing over the last year, and we really are excited by what's coming next year. We really are. We've got such cool plans. We've got a video coming on what we're planning for the next year. But if you've seen the growth we've done over the course of this year, we need your support to help us do that. So clicking the subscribe button if you aren't already, simple, small thing that you can do to help us. Click the like button, of course. Other than that, you can now become a YouTube member and a patron. If we do see YouTube members in the comments, we will answer them first. That helps us a lot too. It's pretty cheap to do. We have some very cheap membership ones that you can do. So if you would like to help us there, please do so. And then of course, shopping on our website helps us as well. I mean, we built the website to help you guys, but it also, these are affiliate links which help us as well. So if you buy today, please buy through one of the links.
Kayam said our volume's a little low, so.
Volume on which one? Oh, volume on
Both
the
of
mic.
us.
Really?
Yeah. So
Test. I can see it here. Okay, we'll bump it up a bit. Okay. Test.
Is that better?
Still not as high as we'd like. Okay. Is that better, guys? Yeah, that's now it's almost peaking a bit. Yeah, that's much better, I think. Thank you, Cum. All right. This is let me kind of. Here's an interesting question. Hey Josh, would it be better to decision to buy a laptop with Series 1 Core Ultra processor, especially the 7155H? Please specify the difference between Series 1 and Series 2. Yeah, what a great question. So let's talk about that. So there's Core Ultra Series 1. You can see two of them on screen right now. The Dell Alienware M16R2 has the Core Ultra 7 155H, and the Yoga Pro 9i has the Core Ultra 9 185H. There's also a Core Ultra 5. There's actually a couple of variants, one that ends with a U and one that ends with an H that we quite like. Generally speaking, I would say this. Core Ultra 7 gives you this much multi-core performance, okay? The new Lunar Lake processors, which you can find in a laptop like this one, that's a Surface, the Slim 7i Aura Edition, gives you around the same multi-core performance as Core Ultra 7. It depends on the chassis and how much power it's being fed to it, but it's around the kind of same. I would say in a big chassis, like putting it in the Alienware, you get a little bit more performance, but Core Ultra, the newer one, has higher single core performance, so that'll make it feel a little bit more snappy, and it has slightly better integrated graphics. So that's the advantage of the second. Where there is a disadvantage of the second series, which is this one, you can see Core Ultra 7 starts with a 2 for the second series. Where there's a disadvantage is Core Ultra, the first series, goes up to this Core Ultra 9, which you can see here. That processor does really substantially outperform the second. This is Meteor Lake, this is Core Ultra Series 1, it starts with a 1. That processor, the Core Ultra 9, definitely outperforms Lunar Lake in multi-core performance, which is the Core Ultra Series 2, and that's a 7. They didn't release a Core Ultra 9, right? So that's where I think people were kind of quite upset about Core Ultra, even though generation to generation, it didn't really improve multi-core performance at all. It's more power efficient, it has slightly better graphics, and it has better single-core performance, but in multi-core, the overall performance of the processor didn't improve. So Core Ultra 9 Series 1 beats Core Ultra 7 Series 2. The one thing that Sierra has found is, do you want to describe what happens in the 5 series of the Core Ultra, the Meteor Lake, what you notice on battery life?
Oh, yeah, so the battery life with the Meteor Lake ones are actually quite comparable to the Series 2. So if you go for a lower powered Core Ultra 5 in general, you are going to be seeing great battery life regardless of which series it's from. You're going to get more consistent battery life from Lunar Lake, but I would say that some of the Core Ultra 5s that we've tested actually have been quite comparable. The 125U in the Yoga 7i 2-in-1 is one of the ones that we've seen.
This one I've got on screen here.
Yeah.
And she's, just to be clear for guys, you're referring to specifically the Core Ultra 5
Yes.
of Meteor Lake,
Yes.
not Core Ultra 7. Core Ultra 7, it doesn't have, the battery life is not as good, but this is a less powerful version, which 100% what you said, and that was a great finding that you found, that it actually performs very similar in battery life to the newer series.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate, guys, that what we saw this year with Core Ultra Series 1, Meteor Lake at the beginning of the year, to Intel's Core Ultra Series 2 was not a pure step forward. It really depends on what you're doing in the laptop. This reminded me a lot of M2 series for Macs to M3 series, that the M3 Pros were not a pure step forward from the M2 Pro processors in the Mac. They had less memory bandwidth, they changed the mix of cores, so there was less performance cores. So like the M2 Pro 12 core will outperform the M3 Pro 12 core, which is ridiculous. And that's the case here. And I'm sorry if it sounds a bit complex how we're describing things, but Intel did not make it simple. So there were some steps forward and some steps backwards.
I found an interesting question that I would love to go over. Is there a real difference between an OLED that has a 500 nits display brightness and the new 1000 nits display of the new MacBooks? And he's referring to brightness, not quality.
Yeah.
Basically, they're asking, does it really double the brightness? Which I think it'd be interesting to go over the fact that the MacBooks we measured originally at only around 600 nits. They had to have adaptive brightness on with us using like an aperture light to be able to warrant that 1000 nits brightness.
Yeah, and just for the audience, aperture lights are the bright studio lights behind us, just in case you don't know the brand.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good point that for the most time you're using the MacBooks, it's 600 nits.
Yeah.
And I would say, this is me personally, I don't know what you feel, but the Slim 7X is 500 nits on an OLED display, which is the best OLED display of any laptop we've seen. It's Slim 7X, Yoga Slim 7X. It's a Snapdragon laptop. It's one of the only ones we saw this year with a 500 nit OLED display. Most were 400. The difference I found between that 500 nit display and the 600 nit display of the MacBooks, which is what they are not, even though you put 1000 nits there, they're only 1000 nits, to Sierra's point, once you're in direct sunlight or you shine a light on it, which you really shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And when I say shine a light on it, she's talking about grabs one of those studio lights,
Yeah.
put it in front of the webcam, that's when it detects it and boosts it to 1000 nits. And most of the time on the MacBook, you're on 600 nits. I think the difference between a 500 nit OLED display, and we only saw one this year, to the 600 nit MacBook display is very minimal. Very, very minimal. When you talk 200 to 300 nits or 300 to 400 nits, the difference is quite noticeable. Once you go above 500 to even 600 nits, it becomes very marginal. So rolling it back to 500 nit OLED display, which is what's in the Slim 7X, the Snapdragon laptop, to a MacBook Pro 16 or 14 with a 600 nit display, I personally don't notice that much difference.
Yeah, I don't either. I would agree with that. That's kind of why I wanted to bring it up, is that I think that the Macs do have great displays, but I don't think it's worth going out of your way for the 1000 nits or anything.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. Like I talked about this in my MacBook video, if you buy the older M3 Pro 12 core for the same price as the M4 base model, right? Both are going for around the same price right now. I wouldn't let that supposedly higher brightness version of the M4 model be the deciding factor, because everything else about those two are very similar. You know, I think that one, it's so few. I've been using the new M4s around in coffee stores and out and about. That jump from 600 to 1000, it's never kicked in for me. You have to be outside in direct sunlight, and then which is just not a great thing to do with that laptop anyway, unless you have the nano texture display. Is giving a link here permissible?
The link is in the chat earlier up, but it's also in the description of the video.
I think he's asking for ones he wants to share about, like maybe the one that he's looking at buying, perhaps.
Okay.
Sure, why not? Who cares? Hey, I mean, everyone knows that the website's down the bottom here. That's what we're looking at, where we have these great Black Friday deals. And we've got like automated scripts that are scanning everything to pull all the deals in here. We connect to different APIs to pull them in. We've got our own algorithms approach. We're looking at ourselves. So this is like a consolidated list of deals from across the web that we've got here. So that's where I think everyone knows that go here, buy here. It helps support the channel too. But if you have a specific laptop to post in there you want our feedback on, do that.
If there's a deal we're missing, we always are looking forward to add that to the site.
100%. Please do laptop tips. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What kind of laptop tips would you like? Legion 7i with the 4090 worth $500 more than the 4080. What's your recommendation? Are there any discounts available? I haven't seen any discounts on the Legion 7i. I must admit, I was a little bit disappointed in that laptop this year. It just gets so warm. That processor, the 14700.
I think they're referring to the Pro.
Oh, the Pro. Oh, that makes more
sense. Because it's $500 more for the 4090. It's $2499 versus the $1999.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
You're spot on. The Pro is a better laptop, I think, than it's significantly thicker. The airflow is a lot better. And just looking at the same CPU processor in both the Pro and the non-Pro version, the Pro, it performs quite a bit better. Due to, obviously, it's got better cooling. It doesn't get as hot to the touch either. It's just a better laptop. Is the 4090 worth $500 more? I mean, you game, what do you think?
I think if you're buying a gaming laptop already, you probably won't notice the difference between a 4090 and a 4080 significantly. I just feel like you're not usually pushing the machine that much, especially for the kinds of games you're going to be running. But that's just my personal opinion. I don't really think that I would spend that extra $500. I think a 4080 performs very well in a laptop, especially in the Legion, and that's actually the version of the Legion that we have. So it tends to perform quite well. It doesn't perform as well as the 4090, of course, but I don't feel like you're going to notice a huge difference. I guess the question would be back to you of how demanding of games are you looking to play? Yeah.
I actually have the same conclusion, but for a different rationale.
Okay.
I would say, just so everyone on here knows, that the 4070 is about a 20% thereabouts step up in performance from the 4060. It's not a huge difference. The 4080 is a massive step up from the 4070, like 50%. The 4090 is a good step up from the 4080. But the jump from 4070 to 4080 is already quite huge, and I agree with Sierra, it's going to give you a good gaming experience. I personally don't think I would spend the extra $500 because if you're spending $2,500 on a gaming laptop right now, I would wait to see what the 5000 series coming out from NVIDIA has in the second week of January. I think this is a good deal at $2,000 for an RTX 4080. I think when these new NVIDIA 5000 series graphics come out, they're going to be at a high price. They're highly unlikely to get much of a discount, right? So I think, you know, once you get into this kind of region of $2,500, and a lot of the laptops, the gaming laptops, they weren't redesigned this year because they know NVIDIA 5000 is coming out. So you're probably not only going to see a faster GPU, but you'll also see a completely redesigned gaming laptop. So I personally would kind of cap my game. I think there's no need to excessively spend on a gaming laptop. This is, to Sierra's point, 100% agree. You're going to get a solid, good gaming experience for most AAA titles at this price already. I think once you go here, you're talking about, you're trying to do, you know, very high refresh rate on high resolution gaming at max settings. I would keep that money and put it aside for I'd either save the $500 so you can upgrade more frequently, or I would just wait if you're going to spend that much. I think the 4080 is a good deal though. There was a really interesting question that came in about the Yoga Pro 7i. Someone was asking about, is that a good laptop? I'm using the wrong trackpad for this laptop. I should be using it for the Surface. I've got a Surface over here, which is helping me, by the way, guys. Look at the comments. But someone asked about the Yoga Pro 7i, and people keep asking about this. This one really surprises me because the Yoga Pro 7, what do you think of the Yoga Pro 7i for music production? Don't like it, but I do like the Yoga Pro 7 for music production. And by the way, I didn't cover use cases for music production this year, and I'll tell you why. I've done a lot of music production myself. I did it in high school. I also was a professional DJ using both Native Instruments and which was Tractor, and then I used Record Box as well. I also used some music production software during my DJing times. And then of course I've used different audio interfaces as well. I just didn't feel like my testing was as robust as I would have liked, so that's why I didn't mention audio engineering or music production. I like this laptop here a lot. This is the Yoga Pro 7, not 7i. People keep searching for the 7i. This is a much better laptop. This is the new one. It just got released in the USA. This is the Ryzen Zen 5 model, so brand new Zen 5 processor. It's super powerful. 32 gig of RAM, 1 terabytes of storage for $1,300. And this processor, the Zen 5, is a step above Zen 4. It's way faster than Lunar Lake, Intel's Lunar Lake. It's a much more efficient processor. This is more equivalent to the Core Ultra 9 processor from Intel, but it's more efficient, right? Significantly more. So you've got a laptop here, and this is actually a 14.5-inch display. Maybe Kaim, if you haven't, could you update that to 14.5 inches? This should say 14.5. So this gives you a lot of room to work with. Now, normally with music production, I personally prefer like a 16-inch screen because if you've ever produced music before, you have lots of tracks that are going at the same time. So I prefer a 16-inch, but if you are going to go 14, a laptop like this is a good option because you do have that, it's a 14.5-inch screen. You'll appreciate that extra resolution, screen real estate. You've got a high resolution display, so you can make things look really crisp at smaller sizes. It's just a great laptop, guys. This is as good as you're going to get in terms of a MacBook equivalent in the Windows world that doesn't have dedicated graphics. I would say the two 14 inches to buy today. This one, even though it's not on sale, is still a great deal if you don't need dedicated graphics. And then that Predator Helios Neo 14 we saw, if you do, those are the two 14 inches to buy today. Don't worry about this not being a great deal. It just came on sale in the US. Like there's no price tracking data. You see, it's always been this. It just literally went on sale like a week ago. And it's already a great buy. So I think those are the two that I'd look to if you're going in the 14-inch form factor. And guys, just a reminder, if you haven't clicked the subscribe button, do it. Come on, guys. We're here. It's Black Friday. Sierra's here. She should be relaxing at home. Come on.
Hey,
we're
happy
here.
to be here.
Make it happen, guys. We want to smash it this year. You've seen incredible growth from the channel, and we're trying to work our guts out behind the scenes to bring you all the videos you want and continuously level up content. Getting subscribed, simple and easy you can do to help us. Other than that, try to become a YouTube member if you can. Not if it's going to put you out financially, definitely don't do that. But if you can afford it, that would be helpful. A Patreon as well is also very helpful. And then, of course, buying from our site today makes a big difference. That's actually how a lot of the channel is funded, through purchase of the site. And even though we are funded through purchases of the site, I want to be clear. There are reasons, like sometimes you're not going to see laptops here at all because we just don't like them. Or we're not trying to force you to buy a laptop you shouldn't be buying. For instance, sometimes if you search for a laptop and we don't like it, we will push you to a laptop that we do. When I say push it, you'll see it under recommended alternatives, and you'll see it in the text. We'll just say, and you see our pros and cons, right? We're not here to try and push a laptop on you. We want you to get the best purchase you possibly can.
Yeah.
And that's why as well, even when you look at our deals page for the Black Friday deals today, you can actually filter down on laptops that are good for students, creators, data scientists. And what we've done, you guys might not know this, so I'll just explain it. If you come to recommended tech, you can see the different laptops for different use cases. And if we click on some, and there's going to be a lot of deals right now, our favorites at a price we love, that's a special grouping. We manually set price targets, and we update them frequently of, hey, if it drops below this, absolutely, it's great for this specific use case. And then if you scroll down, you'll see here, this one here in gray, our favorites at a fair price. This means they're safe to buy. Now, if a laptop we think is good for students, but it's not at a price that we think is good, it actually doesn't even show up on this list. It's just dropped off completely. So that's why I wanted to highlight that, because this is not the same site as just using Best Buy, right? This is a site which is highly curated as to which prices we think is worth buying, for who the laptop is good for based on our own research and obviously speaking to professionals in different fields. And you can even combine. You can say, I'm a student, but I also want to do programming and gaming. Okay, Legion Slim 514. Predator Helios should show up for this, I think, as well, right? Kym, would you mind having a look at why the Predator Helios Neo 14 doesn't show up for this? This would be great to show up. Kym is behind the scenes helping us, guys. He's fantastic. But the Predator Helios Neo 14 should definitely show up for this. So, and that's what we're doing right now. We do this all the time with the site. We kind of pressure check. Is it giving you the results that we would want to give you, right? Yeah. So hopefully that helps you out.
I do want to say, hey guys, please don't spam the same question over and over. If we don't see your question, we might just have to get to it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is an interesting one. MacBook Pro M4 Pro base model or M2 Max base model? Let's talk about that one. That's a very good question. So MacBook Pro M4 Pro or M2 Max. Now, so you're talking 2 generations ago, but you're talking about the Max model.
Yeah.
And the person has not specified if it's a 14-inch or 16-inch.
Yeah, true.
In the 14-inch, I would, any Max processor from any generation in the MacBook Pro 14, and this is a 16 here, doesn't perform as well as it does in the higher 16-inch chassis. So let's pretend arbitrarily, and these are arbitrary numbers, the M2 Max really performs like the M1 Max. So if you're going in the 14-inch, and that's what I'm referring to here, its performance is not, you don't get the full thing. So I'd probably get, if you're in the 14-inch, the M4 Pro. Now, if you're talking about the 16-inch, the big difference between the Max chips and the Pro chips is you're getting 2 media encoding engines. That's a huge difference. You know, in terms, you've obviously got more GPU cores and things like that, but the M2 Max, it only has a 12-core CPU. So if you're talking about M4 Pro, it has a 12 or 14-core CPU. So it depends what you're going to use. If you're doing if you're a video editor doing exporting of video files, those extra media engines of the Max chip, even if it's M2 Max, is going to help a lot. I would say the M4 Pro, though, is a big step forward even for video editing. You know, they're kind of probably neck and neck in the 16-inch chassis is what I would say.
I was actually going to pull up our graphs to see the performance between the two because I feel like they were actually quite similar.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And while you're doing that, maybe let me just make sure Keim's changing there. We want to have that Predator Helios Neo 14 shot for students for sure. Oh, we probably didn't have it for students because it's a bit heavy, but I think right now the deal's so good it should. But for students, gamers, and programmers, that should absolutely show up. I'm just going to check you got that one. The Predator Helios Neo 14 for students, gamers, and programmers. It's a great deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
in basic tasks, the M4 Pro 12-core performs better than the M2 Max 12-core. About 30% better.
Okay. And I want to fix something for our website just quickly. So I just wanted to fix one thing here. Give us a second, guys. We're working real time to make sure the deals and everything on the site is as up to date as possible. We're just doing a quick update and then we'll be straight back to your comments.
Oh, where the M4 Pro 12-core does worse than the M2 Max is in graphics because the M2 Max has a 38-core GPU, and the 12-core, or the M4, excuse me, the M2 has a 38-core GPU, the M4 has a 16-core GPU. So you're going to see better graphics performance out of the M2 Max. So I would say that would make the decision for me is whether you were going more graphics or not for that.
Yeah.
Because if you're going more CPU, I would go with the newer one. But if you're going more graphics, the M2 Max is a better chip.
On both, yeah, okay, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a look, I'm looking over Sierra's shoulder, yeah, I can see it's quite a bit better, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Because you got, just give them a call out of what the wildlife score is for like the 14, the higher end Pro chip is what, 19,000, and then the M2 Max is also 19, so they're very similar.
No, yeah, 19,000 there, and then they said base model Pro, so 16,000.
Yeah, so you're getting, yeah, I think it's very accurate what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone asked about Surface Laptop 7, you know, okay, let's, someone's asking about the website, how we build it. We'll talk about that in a second. That's a great question. Let's talk about Surface Laptop 7. It's so funny. You always know, by the way, guys, you can always tell if these are laptops that are used by this business because we have markers down the bottom which tells us which ones they are. Very important because we have a lot of laptops like we have like 5 different ZenBooks. We have probably, I don't know, 8, 9 different MacBooks. They all look alike. So we always, I had to laugh, we always have these markers down the bottom.
Well, and because we had all the surfaces in.
We did too.
Yeah.
We had lots of surfaces. So it tells us which one's which. But the Surface Laptop 7 X Plus, I'll talk about this one because I've used this extensively. It's one of my probably top 4 or 5 laptops this year. It is a Snapdragon processor, and you guys need to understand what that means. I'm going to show you an example of what this means, having a Snapdragon processor, okay? I'm going to show you a real example of where things don't work. Here is Discord, how it looks like on a Snapdragon processor. That's the native Discord app, okay? Doesn't work. Doesn't work, okay? You have to be patient with Snapdragon laptops is what I would say. I can get Discord working, by the way, through the web. They've got a web app that runs on their website. So I can get it working through that, but just not through their app that installs on your desktop. So I would say the Snapdragon laptops, whether it's a Surface Laptop 7, I think that's one of the best ones. Surface Laptop 7, Slim 7X, I think were clearly the winners. I still like it. I'm patient with it. I know that I can't play League of Legends on it. I know native Discord doesn't work. I just have to do workarounds on it. Like I use another computer to game on. But I think this one, it's just so premium, guys. It looks beautiful. It feels so nice. And the keyboard is great. The trackpad is great, which a lot of PC laptops don't have a combination of a good keyboard and a trackpad. You get like one or the other. It's really weird. And it's just, I think this is the best like MacBook Air alternative. It's got a more comfortable keyboard than the Air. It's very portable, how small it is. It's just a really solid machine for light use and office work. It is. The screen, it's a fast refresh rate, which the MacBook Air doesn't have. And sorry to keep comparing it to the MacBook Air, but as I said, in the PC world, whether you're looking at the ZenBook S14, which is a Lunar Lake laptop, whether you're looking at Slim 7X, which is a Snapdragon one, this one just is like the Slim 7X, the trackpad is not as solid. It feels a little bit janky compared to this one. When we talk about the ZenBook S14, the screen is this is a glossy screen, but that screen is insanely glossy and doesn't get as bright as this. So you just get a lot of reflections where this doesn't have that problem.
Someone just asked about the battery life of that thing, though.
Oh, yeah.
And that I would say was the one negative of that machine. Because they were saying, I'm planning to buy that. What can you comment on the battery life?
Yeah, so again, just to be crystal clear with you guys, I have used this like crazy this year, okay, like insane amounts. You know, it's hard to tell, like if you're using non-native applications, it does tend to drain the battery faster. I would say it's good battery life, but it is not amazing battery life. Like this is not at the level of the one I mentioned, the ZenBook S14 with Lunar Lake has significantly more battery life than this. This is more, I would say, mid to good battery life, which we've seen this year, but it is certainly not great. This is going to get a MacBook Air lasts longer. A lot of the Lunar Lake laptops last longer. That's probably a little bit. I think Qualcomm kind of massively overpromised on battery life, and I do think it's to do with a lot of these non-native applications that are just not optimized for this hardware that are draining it. And also this laptop doesn't have a very big battery. That's another thing as well. It doesn't. So, you know, looking at the whole amount of laptops we've had in this year, I would still say it's good. It's probably 6.5 out of 10 for battery life, but this is not one that we're going to say is like 7, 8, you know, it's a really solid battery life.
Yeah. Someone asked, I think, a really interesting question. My employer is ordering a new MacBook for me. I asked for an M4 Pro with 48 gigs of RAM, but they offered an M4 Max with 36 gigs. They build ML models and work with big data. Which one is better? Because more memory is so important to someone with ML, but at the same time, better graphics is also...
Here's what I've heard from the ML people we've spoken to.
Yeah.
Most models, when you're training a model above like 36 to 48 gig of RAM is a lot for training a model. If you think about it in the PC world and using servers, using NVIDIA and CUDA, you're really tying GPUs together in nodes, right? And each of those GPUs maybe have 16 gig of memory. So you're effectively, with already 36, you're kind of tying together two NVIDIA GPUs. What's a 4090 have in graphics? Is it 24 gig or is it TX 4090 graphic in terms of GPU memory? I just want to check how much it has.
I thought it was 12 or 16.
I thought it was more than that. How do we? Let me just double check.
You're gonna have to look up 4090 mobile.
No, I'm talking about the desktop this time.
Oh,
I'm talking about actually in real servers. I thought it was like 24 gig. I'm so sorry that we don't have this off the top of our heads, guys. But where I'm going with this, in the laptop space, I think 36 to 48, it's not going to make as big a difference in model training. I think what will help, though, is that once the Max version that your employer is offering does have faster memory, I think that... once you've got 36 that's faster because it's on the Max chip, right? Or you got 48 that's slower because it's on the Pro chip.
You're right, it is 24 gigs.
It is 24 gigs, yeah. So I think that it's a hard one to say because it's not apples to apples, is what I'm saying here. Sorry, excuse the pun. But the Max chip with 36 isn't bad for model training because you've got the faster memory and you've also got more GPU cores. So you've got kind of like two advantages of that one, but if you can't fit the stuff in the memory, well, obviously the 48 gig one is going to be better. So it depends how big your data set is, would be the first answer. But I don't think it's as clear cut as just looking at just the memory size. I also stick by what I said earlier. If you're doing some model training, you're probably just training a smaller data set on your laptop itself, then you're going to run it on a server farm, which will be linking together multiple of these 24 gig of RAM NVIDIA GPUs in nodes that, you know, I kind of feel like the 36 Max model might be better, but it's by a hair. Again, I hate this for programmers and data scientists. The answer is always it depends, because it depends on what you're coding and your data itself and all of that. But yeah, I think the Max model has some merits. I wouldn't throw it out for data scientists over doing model training over the M4 Pro with M4 Pro with more memory, M4 Max with less memory. The M4 Max has more GPU cores, faster memory. So I think it's actually quite warranted. I think the 36 gig M4 Max isn't bad. Can I just cover the one about the website? Someone asked us about the website.
Yeah, someone did.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good question because today is heavily about the website, right? This website is literally built for today to scour the internet, give you the best deals. So it is not WordPress. It is 100% custom built using the latest technologies that are out there. And, you know, I have a very, very deep background in website construction, both on the development side and then later on the product management side. I didn't code this website. We have a team who are part of our team who coded this, who are fantastic, great guys. Hopefully they're on. But I did do the product management of this myself. And I think a couple of things. One is, I think in business, you always want to play, there's this famous quadrants: strengths, weakness, opportunities, threats. You want to play to your strengths, right? And I think we have an inbuilt, with my experience and obviously our developers' experience, we have a fantastic background in creating these websites. So yeah, it's completely custom built. Behind the scenes, it is immense. So what I mean by that is every single one of these lists are individual lists, right, that we add individual laptop configurations. So not just the laptop itself, like a MacBook Pro 16, we add to the list exactly which configurations we think is the right ones for these use cases. We then set specific price targets, and that's why you'll see some laptops are in our favorites, right, which we think at the price we love. You'll see that at the top there. And then down here, you'll see our favorites at a fair price, right? Because these are different price targets. We've set these for this particular user base, which is programmers. And then you can combine user base here. I'm a student doing programming, right? So these we've set particular targets for. And sometimes you'll see the laptop just drop off our list. You can search for it, but it's not in one of our lists because the pricing is not what we think you should buy. And we've made sure it's mobile optimized, right? So you can see here, we've added a price tracker. It's all custom built, and we see the website as we are fundamentally a tech company. You know, the website is a big part of what is going to make us special as a YouTube channel. It really is. In the future, just so you guys know, only about 26% of our viewers are actually from America, where the website focuses on. If we add in India, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Canada, we get to about 52% of our viewers. So next year, one of the big focuses of the website is internationalization for those locations. And what I don't want to be, I don't want to be one of those companies that you know, they're so optimized for searching Google. So you can search for best laptops for students in Google. It goes to some of those generic sites like you know, I won't mention them, but you know the ones that are very generic, and they're just trying to farm links off Google. And when you read their laptop advice, it's clear that they haven't tested it. It's just an automated page. Their laptop advice is terrible. I don't want to do that. I want to do it well. So when we enter into different markets internationally, those markets that I mentioned, like India, etc., we need to have people who are local in India checking that the deals are actually legitimately good, right? We don't want to just do something that's just going to farm links. That's just not giving the value we should. So that's a big thing for the website next year. And then also for the website next year, we're going to expand these use cases to have, like, audio engineering isn't there, for instance. Interior design isn't there. We're going to add some more use cases. And then what's going to happen is you're going to be able to save to a profile the use cases that are right for you. And then you can get an automated email every week, and it'll only send if there are deals that are good for you. It won't send. We're not going to spam your email box, but it'll be sent for like, hey, students who program, here is the best deals on right now. And there'll also be the ability to notify yourself on a specific laptop. Like if you're waiting for a laptop to drop below a certain price, you'll be able to not only notify for a price drop, but at a specific point then message you. Kind of like a trading system. If you're trading stocks, it'll notify you and it'll say, hey, buy this stock if it drops below a certain price. So we're going to add that as well. So we've got a lot of plans for the website, guys. It is a core part of our business.
Speaking of the website, someone asked about if there was any good Best Buy deals, and I just wanted to let everyone know that we do use Best Buy as one of our checks. So we check Best Buy and we link you to Best Buy for a lot of our deals. For example, the Predator Helios Neo 14 that we were looking at earlier is one of the Best Buy deals this year, and that's a really solid deal.
Is that? I thought it was B&H, that one. Is it?
Oh, is it?
The Helios
Is it
Neo.
B&H?
Yeah, I think you've randomly picked the only one that isn't.
Oh, okay. But a lot of the MacBook deals are definitely Best Buy.
Yeah.
So I do think we check Best Buy, so their deals are automatically included in our website. So.
Yeah. I think just on that note, guys, Best Buy, we've actually integrated with them via API. Okay. So we don't even have people manually scanning Best Buy. Their catalog is fully integrated here. What's happened is they might have, if you search for a laptop at Best Buy, they might give you 300 results, right? The difference here is we're saying we've looked across their catalog and these are the ones we're filtering for particular use cases. So when we will never give you 300 results, we're trying to only give you the results that we think are the good ones. But to Sierra's point, Best Buy is fully integrated by API. This is their, obviously we have Best Buy, we have Amazon, we scan Newegg, we scan, there's a bunch of ones, but it is integrated by API for Best Buy. Why don't you take another one?
Someone said our productivity laptops on our site are far too expensive.
Yeah.
Do we have a productivity section somewhere?
Yeah, I think it's data science, like some of the gamers, programmers, creators. Yeah, I think the answer to that, I hate this answer, but the unfortunate reality is they're just expensive laptops. I think what we've found time and time again, I'm just going to be, and this website is mainly right now for tracking new laptops, is what we've found is once you drop below a certain price range, and that differs based on if it's a productivity laptop or if it's a casual laptop, right? Productivity laptops are more expensive. Once you drop below a certain price range, which is probably about 800-900 in the productivity space, it's bad. It's really, 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 really bad. We can't recommend laptops that are that price that are new. You've really got to be looking for secondhand laptops at that point. And one of the things that I've always advised viewers to do, and I'm just going to show you right now how to do it. Let's go to YouTube, okay? And if you're looking for a secondhand laptop or what to buy from, and this is productivity, okay? I would look at, if you go to our channel, right, you'll find best programming laptops from like last year, or best creator laptops from last year. So I would scroll back and look at how we're reviewing, and we have some programming guides from prior years, for instance. I'm just giving you an example of programming, but it could be video editing or things like that. Here, best laptops of 2023, right? These are the laptops, look for within this video will be productivity laptops that we liked from 2023. And look how bad the quality of this video was compared to now. We've
gotten a lot better.
Yeah, we've worked so hard. And if you scroll back even further, right, you can find productivity laptops. So if we go here, let's keep going back further. You can see, oh, look, there's Jared and Andrew. If you go back further, you'll see productivity here, best laptops of 2022. So, where I'm going with this, if you're looking for a productivity laptop that is like below $1,000, you are so much better off buying an older laptop than you are buying a current gen. You just are, and that's why they're so expensive. What we will be doing is when we go into international markets next year, particularly like India, for instance, there are some cheaper productivity laptops that are sold more so overseas than locally. In the US, like here's one right now, IdeaPad 5 Pro 16. Those are good productivity laptops for sure. But again, in the US, these are $1,000 for a 3050, 4050. They just are.
Yeah.
So it's very hard. Like, let's go back to the site to find, it's not I'm sorry to say this, but it's not us that is causing productivity laptops to be expensive. It's just like if we look down here, let's look for one with a dedicated GPU and see where they start on a deal today. The cheapest one that's going to be suitable for productivity is $769, but even that's not a great one, the Lenovo LOQ.
Yeah.
It really is the Slim Pro 714 of where it kind of starts as being decent at $900, and this is on a Black Friday sale. So it sucks that they're expensive, but you know, as I said, I've given you advice now of how to find the ones to look for, secondhand, refurbished. Refurbished, by the way, is always better than true secondhand. Refurbished, you're buying from like a Best Buy open box, you're buying from Dell's outlet store, and they do, make sure you check these guys, like here's Dell's outlet store. The difference is when you buy from these versus like a Craigslist or an eBay, you get the warranty from the manufacturer, right? So here's Dell's outlets. Dell has an outlet store. I don't know why
it's Dell, not Dell's.
Yeah. Thank you, Sierra. And here, if you buy from Dell's outlet store, you're getting their warranty, right, on the laptop. And same with Apple's refurbished as well. So, you know, I think hopefully I've shown you now how to find the good laptops from prior years, and then you should look at the outlet stores to buy them. That's what I would do.
Someone's asking, are the Dell deals any good? I think we had looked at a lot of them, and we weren't very impressed in our original early Black Friday video.
Should we take a look? I mean,
yeah, we can.
How about, do you want to have a look, and then I'll answer this question while you look.
Okay.
This is an easy one. Can computers with Intel Arc graphics handle 3D rendering? I'm looking at the HP Spectre 14. No. It's brutal if you're going to try and do 3D rendering on that. Can it handle it? Absolutely. But you're going to have to go and make breakfast or dinner while it's working. It's going to be a while. It's not great for that. Just going to put back up our website.
The new Lunar Lake XPS is $1,000.
Let's have a look what the... Okay, let me bring that up then. Which page are you on, Sarah? So,
Oh, I just went on the normal
okay.
Dell website.
I'll bring that up so people can see where we're looking.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go to the XPS. And this one, $899. That's a Snapdragon.
No, I was on the Black Friday deals page.
Oh, okay.
So that I could see all of it.
Where's the Black Friday deals page?
Should be...
God, Dell doesn't make it easier to find, does it?
Yeah, so go back up, I think, if you see laptops or something. Why is...
Yeah.
Okay. Home deals, laptop deals is what it says.
Okay, home. There's no deals on the home page. This is not a good site.
Yeah, it's the top right, deals.
Oh,
Laptop
wow,
deals.
wow. They've really hidden the Black Friday deals. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so the XPS is on sale. That's not one of our favorites, though, because of the, like, physical function row missing, right?
Mm. Which one were you looking at? Because I see the Snapdragon one again.
I was looking at the $999 one, which I think might have been at the top. Yeah, this one.
Okay, for $999,
It's
60
Lunar
Pro.
Lake.
It's not bad, but it's definitely viable and viable.
Yeah.
You know, I think Sierra's hit a good point, right? You don't have the physical function row, so you've got to be okay with that. It is very aesthetically pleasing, so it looks stunning, this laptop, stunning.
Yeah.
And it feels well built. It honestly reminds me a bit of this laptop, the Surface Laptop 7. I think it's a good buy, but it's not a great buy, to Sierra's point. And I think here's one thing where they get you. Look at this display. You get a 1920 by 1200 display.
Mm-hmm.
On a 13-inch laptop like this, it's totally usable, but it's not going to look as crisp or as sharp as the other displays of laptops with Lunar Lake we're recommending.
And for $1,000, that's not a good deal.
Yeah, it's, as I said, I think would you say?
It's a viable laptop for sure, but like when you spend $1,000, you're going to want a higher resolution screen, I think, if it's a non-dedicated graphics laptop.
Yeah, I'm with Sierra, and I think that the non-physical function row is going to kind of, like you mentioned, it's going to catch people up. It's very hard to use that one. Like, I'm just looking here for that. Where was that Slim 7i Aura? Because that destroys that laptop. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could buy a Slim 7i Aura for the same price as that XPS. It's going to be so much more useful. Mm-hmm. What else could you buy for the XPS? You can buy the MacBook Air. Let's see, MacBook Air M3. Well, that's the cheaper one, 8 gig of RAM. What else could you buy for $1,000? You could buy the Surface Laptop 7 I have here. Yeah, it's not a great buy, not with that screen.
Yeah, I agree. Not seeing a lot of other deals here that are compelling.
Let's have a look. What else have we got?
Yeah, because you had the outlets open.
Why don't you take some questions? Going to be run. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah. Is an Asus ZenBook considered a 2-in-1? No, I don't believe the ZenBooks are 2-in-1s. Do they have a 2-in-1 version?
There was one last year. I know they can't hear me, so you might have to repeat. There was one last year, but this year they didn't bring it out. There was one from 2023. It was called the Flip, ZenBook Flip, I think.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But they didn't redo it. But maybe you mentioned your one. That's a great one.
Yeah, no. The ZenBook does not have, or I don't believe has a 2-in-1 from this year, and Josh just confirmed that. There is a ZenBook Flip from last year, but if you're looking for a 2-in-1, and I think someone else earlier asked, like, what's the best 2-in-1? The one that won our awards is the PX13. So that's this little guy. I love it to death. It is one of my favorite laptops I've used in the office. It was also one of the first ones I reviewed. So I like it because it feels very premium. It has a nice keyboard, nice, touchscreen features. The pen compatibility is really good. My biggest thing against it is that I'm a gamer and I would love for it to have a higher refresh rate screen. Unfortunately, it doesn't. It's locked at 60 hertz, which is like a no-go for a lot of people, even some creators. That's just a no-go for them. So that's one of the big negatives. At what prices is it a good buy? That's another great question. I feel it's a little expensive as a laptop. It's very worth its price, but I would say if it's not on sale, just like any laptop, I wouldn't buy it. What are the best sales it goes on? It goes on here. I'll go to Josh's laptop here so that you guys can see it. So it's not on sale right now. I would probably get the 4060 version, and I think it doesn't look like it goes on sale. Or I've seen it go on sale before. This might be wrong, because I think I've seen it go on sale. But I know this one does. The problem with this laptop is you're getting such a special device that, like, it's kind of a good buy at its base price. But I would still recommend, like, doing the, like, Best Buy membership thing to save some money on it or something like that. Like, if you have a way to, like, if you're a student buying a student discount through Asus or something, like, I would still recommend trying to find a deal somehow. But yeah, unfortunately, it is such a unique device that, like, they can kind of charge through the nose for it and they don't have to, put it on discounts. It'll go on better discounts once there's more Zen 5 laptops out there. But right now, since there's not a lot of Zen 5 laptops, they can kind of get away with charging you this much. I would say if you don't have the budget for it, I would just wait. If you are not needing dedicated graphics, then you could save some money by going for, like, the OmniBook Ultra Flip or the HP Spectre. Those are good 2-in-1s too, and they are not as, like, power hungry. They're not as strong of performers as this one. But I think that's, I think it's a good laptop. I think that I like it a lot, but it is unfortunate that it never goes on a good sale. The ProArt.
Yeah, it's such a good laptop.
Yeah. How about the P16? I don't game. It's purely for coding and graphic design. Then it's a good laptop for you. The P16 actually is on sale right now. I saw it earlier. And for graphic design and coding, I think that would be a very comfortable laptop. I think if you don't care about the 60 hertz screen, you're probably golden with that one. I use that one as well when I don't have my second monitor. So a lot of times I like to use a smaller laptop because I go and, like, I'll sit in Josh's office while we write scripts. So it's easier to have something on my lap. But when I'm working at the desk and I don't have a second monitor, the 16-inch is really nice. So I usually switch between the two ProArts pretty frequently. And Josh uses that one as well quite a bit, the P16. So
I think the only issue is if you're in a dark room. Yeah, the brightness is not. Sorry, if you're a dark room, it's fine. If you're
in a bright room, the brightness is a little low. Yes,
Yeah,
and that goes for the PX13 as well. The Dell XPS 13 with Snapdragon is on sale. Besides the function row, are there any other glaring issues? I mean, I think the issue with the XPS is just that we feel you're paying a premium for that device. It is a nice feeling device. It is slick. It looks good. And there are a lot of positives to like a device like that. But you are paying more than you would pay in a different similar device, basically. I think that's what we usually see with the XPSs.
Yeah, I would say from my perspective, I think it's the same kind of price as this laptop, which is the Surface Laptop 13. I think the XPS, similar build quality. I actually like this one a bit better because it's got a bigger screen. So you're getting a bigger screen on this one. You're getting a high resolution screen on the Surface. You're getting the physical function row on the Surface. I think have you got, what's the other port? You've got an extra, I think, as I recall, the XPS doesn't have a USB-A port.
Guys, they're saying mic check that your mic is too low.
Really? Test. My one's too low again, is it?
Yeah, yours is too low, but mine isn't apparently, because I'm hitting yellow.
Okay, you speak for a second.
Hello, 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 test.
Test. Yeah, mine's very low. Okay, let me see what I can do to... I'll restart my mic, just 2 seconds. Let's see if that helps.
It's weird that they can't hear you at all, though, because I was seeing that there was,
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you guys. We're trying to fix it.
Test. No, it's still pretty low for me. Maybe it's not using... Is that working better? No, still not.
Is it my mic?
Yeah, it's...
Yep.
Test.
Yep.
So my one's not working at all. Okay, let me just restart over here and see if that helps.
Okay.
Just 2 seconds, guys.
It's not turned off, but thank you for you guys letting us know.
Test 1, 2. Yeah, my one's not working at all. I can see it. Test. Oh no, it says it's working. Could you speak, Sierra, please?
Yeah. Hello. Testing.
My one's coming through you. It says it's muted. That's what it is. Yep, now it should be working. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, that was a very novice situation for me to be doing. So we were talking about the XPS. Okay, so I think where Sierra's going, I think what I'm taking away from what we're going is that it's just not as good a deal as some others that are available,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Like
That's all
this,
I'm saying.
yeah, you get a USB-A port, right, which is the Surface Laptop 7. You get the physical function row. It's just as well built as the XPS. You get a bigger screen. You get a higher resolution display. Where the XPS wins, though, over this is as I recall, its battery life might be a little bit better than this one's, and I think you're getting an X Elite for that chip price, not the X Plus. Are you? Is that correct?
I believe you are. I can pull it back up, but I'm almost positive the Snapdragon one is an X Elite. There's so many XPSs, guys.
Yeah. So I think it's just a question of like, you've got to make that decision of what's right for you. We don't think it's a screaming deal. We think it's an okay deal. We think that 1920, it's just, you don't have a USB-A port, you don't have 1920, you've got a lower resolution, 1920 by 1200, as I said. The display is smaller than the Surface Laptop 7, which I have here. We just think this is like just a better buy for most people, but...
It is an X Elite, and it is the lower resolution screen for the $900 sale that someone was asking about. So, again, you're paying $900 for...
How much is the Surface Laptop 7?
less
Let's have a
premium
look at that
laptop.
one. Surface Laptop 7. Let me have a look how much that is. The Surface Laptop 7 is the same amount for the X Plus. So, okay, so the benefits of this one is it's going to be more powerful with the X Elite. And when I say this one, not the Pro, the XPS.
The XPS, yeah.
Is it's going to be more powerful. Let's bring it up on screen so people can see what we're talking about. I feel bad that we're not doing that. XPS, we don't need the smiley faces, deals. So we're talking about the XPS 13. Here it is for $900. And we're comparing this one, and this is the X Elite. So this is going to be more powerful than the one I have here. as I recall, and maybe you could check our battery life results, that the XPS 13 has better battery than this. I think it does.
I think it does.
Because we had a Snapdragon in, I'm sure.
It's going to just take me a second. But yeah.
So I think it depends. You've got to ask yourself what you want. I think this is the device I chose. I think it's more useful because you can see where the trackpad is. I've already said why. I think it's more useful, the Surface Laptop 7. But if you want a faster processor, right? I think the XPS is definitely a viable buy. I just don't think it's a great buy at $899, not with that resolution display. But I think it's certainly a viable buy.
It does about 5% better than the Surface.
It's
not significantly better.
Yeah, it's not a lot in it. So the only thing you're really getting is it's a bit of a more powerful laptop, is what I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you've seen what choice I've made, but it's really up to you. And I would say it's a decent deal, but it's nothing special. Do we have that one on the site? Let me have a look. We do. Let me just check. But we don't have we have the X Elite. Oh, the price looks off. Let me just ping Kime. We'll get that price updated. $899. That's a better price. That should be at least on the site. If you do decide to buy, please use the site. It certainly helps us grow the channel, which matters. XPS with Snapdragon. It's $899. Up in. So we're getting that fixed up. That should be actually showing up in our deals. At $899, I think it warrants being in the Black Friday deals for sure. So we're going to get that fixed up. Dell's catalog we'd actually do manually. We don't have an API integration with that, so we'll get that on the Black Friday deals now because that's a fair price for the deals. All right, what have we got? I'm feeling a bit more energized now. I need another coffee though, guys. So someone is spamming us with Alienware M16R2. Because you're spamming us, we're not going to answer your question. We might come back to it in a second, but spammers, we're not going to just respond to that.
Yeah, we really want to emphasize that you're taking away from other people who might have questions. Ask your question once. If we don't get to it, we don't get to it. We're sorry if we don't, but...
Yeah. So we've read your question. If we have a bit more time, we'll get back to it, but we don't want to be that's unfair for others.
Oh, I did see a question. Do you think the P16 4070 is worth it above the MacBook Pro M4 Pro 12-core 14-inch for the same price? They're comparing a 14-inch with the M4 Pro versus the 16-inch P16 with 4070. That's an interesting comparison. They're very different laptops.
I mean, I look down at myself there because we don't know what your use case is. Like clearly if you're doing AAA gaming, the P16 is going to be much better because you have NVIDIA, you have Windows, right? It's only a 60 hertz display, but it's still going to be better. I think which is a better laptop, the MacBook Pro 14 for sure. It's far more power efficient. It's got a much brighter screen. It's got a fast refresh rate screen. I think it's a better laptop for sure. But I think it just depends on so many factors. Like for instance, the ProArt P16, and we'll bring it up, right? So you guys can see the laptop we're talking about everyone knows the MacBook Pro 16, so we won't bring that one up. But the ProArt P16, I mean, you can get this laptop. We don't have it here. Maybe we should add it. There is a 64, maybe Kime, could you add it? The 64 gig version. You can buy.
I think it may not be available in the US. I don't recall.
I thought it was on Best Buy. I thought it was only the Yoga Pro 9 that couldn't be bought for. Let's have a look. I thought you could buy the 64 gig. Let me just check.
I might be wrong.
So the ProArt P16, as I recall, we were about to find out, but I think there is the 64 gig. Here's a 2 terabyte.
32 gig.
Is that 32 gig?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just check. I thought you could get a 64 gig version. Let's have a look. I'll just search for 64. Here it is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it's not on sale, so this isn't worth adding to the website. But still, even so, if you wanted to get 64 gig of memory and a MacBook and 2 terabytes of storage, I mean, that's going to be insanely expensive.
Yes.
The MacBook Pro 14 only goes up to, I think, 48, as I recall, at least in the Pro chip. It was the Pro chip the person was asking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It only goes up to 48 gig. Yeah, to get that, I mean, you're talking like already $3,200. So
you're also going to get better graphics performance out of the P16, just because it has a dedicated graphics card, and the M4 Pro only goes up to the 16-core GPU. So, I mean, we actually did the comparisons in our graphs for the MacBook video. So actually, I think all of our recent MacBook videos have had the ProArt as a comparison because it's such a similar like premium device and
Aimed
it's
for similar users,
Yeah.
creators, and,
Yes.
and working professionals. You know, so I think where we're landing with this, if you're getting a high spec ProArt, like with 64 gig of memory and 2 terabytes of storage, it's going to be certainly beating the MacBook Pro in value. But you're going to have, for high performance use, you're going to have fan noise. You've got the lower, the display is significantly less bright than the MacBook. It's going to get a little bit warmer. You know, it's both are great devices, but I think we can't answer that with that kind of information, guys. When you ask like two completely different laptops, and they are very different, a MacBook Pro 14 versus an Asus Pro P16, we need more information about what your use case is to
coding
kind of help
and
that.
graphic design.
Coding and graphic design. I would say this, I personally would get the MacBook Pro 14. I think you're going to, I mean, the ProArt P16 is unusually light. It's very light and portable, but I think the MacBook is just more of an advanced machine because of the M4 Pro processor. That being said, they are very neck and neck to Sierra's point. They really are. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're more graphic design, the ProArt. If you're more programming, the MacBook. Like, I think you're still giving us two use cases that are quite different.
I think, yeah, but both could work really well. These are both great options.
You're going to be happy with either,
Yeah,
if nothing else.
I think these are, if you're looking at those two machines, for that use case, I think they're neck and neck. I think you've got to decide. I think the MacBook's a little bit more portable because of its size, even though, as I said, the Pro is very lightweight. It's unbelievably lightweight. I think that would be the deciding factor. It would be, do you want that smaller form factor of the Mac, and can you deal with the lower brightness display of the ProArt and its 60 hertz refresh rate? Mainly the lower brightness. I think that's the one that's going to kill you. I think if you're using it indoors, like in this environment, the ProArt is totally fine. It's bright enough. But if you're using it in anywhere that's like a well-lit room, it is quite low on the brightness. So I think that, for me, is what would tip me to get the MacBook Pro 14 over it. And that's what I would do for that use case. I would get the MacBook Pro 14 is my
Yeah,
answer.
and I'd probably get the ProArt P16.
There you go.
So,
yeah. But I think you like to do a bit of gaming, though.
I do,
And
exactly.
that's probably what's swaying you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which I understand. Yeah.
Hey Josh, can you recommend a laptop for something around $1,000 that I can use for Photoshop, Illustrator, and other basic stuff?
Yeah.
Please response.
I like under $1,000. Well, let's look at some of the ones that jump out. You know, I know this may not seem the most ideal laptop, but for the applications you just used, our own thumbnail designer uses a MacBook Air, and I would say if you can find a MacBook Air 16, here's one here. Here's the 15. This is the 15 MacBook Air 15. I'm not seeing any. Here's the MacBook Air 13. Yeah, about $1,000 with the 16 gig of RAM, 512 gig of storage. I think that's a nice little one here. I think that's nice for about $1,050. I would say, even though it's its best price ever, it's still not an amazing deal because the MacBook Air M3's been out a while, but I think that's a wonderful laptop for doing a bit of what you're talking about on. I think that's going to work very well for you.
I think you will want the 16 gigs of RAM, though, not the 8.
Yeah, I think so too. Where I'm kind of pausing is maybe you'll want even 1 terabyte, depending on what was the exact use case again?
Photoshop and Illustrator, I believe.
Yeah, so you might be working with some big files, so ideally you might want more than 512 gig, but I think this is a good starting laptop. I think other than that, you know, I think the Lunar Lake laptops will get you there. I would say that Slim 7i Aura Edition here is quite nice, but I'd start to, if you're going to go to Windows, I'd look for a 1 terabyte one, because 1 terabyte is easier to get under Windows in that kind of price bracket of about $1,000. I'm just having a look if there's any that just jump out from Windows with 1 terabyte, because that's really what I'd be trying to get. But yeah, Slim 7i Aura Edition, does that have a 1 terabyte model? Not here. Oh, the other one you could do, you may find that this one's not bad. This one's a bit more expensive, the Yoga Pro 7 in the Windows world, but that has 1 terabyte, 32 gig of memory. It does have the Ryzen, this is the Zen 5 processor, the newer processor. That's a good one too. It's a little bit out of your reach. I think the MacBook Air M3 is what I would do personally, with 16 gig 512. Yeah, and it's on sale. Little bit of an intermission. We've got our website bottom left. That's the site that we're using here. As we've said already, we bring in all the deals, right? So this site We use Best Buy's API to automatically bring in their deals. We classify them ourselves. It's done. It's not automatically algorithmically done. We classify, hey, this laptop is good for these particular use cases, which we have here. You can filter down on the side, right? We classify them ourselves. We also put them certain price brackets, which is where they're going to show up. As you can see, not all the laptops in the world are showing up on this list. It's actually quite a finite list because we're classifying them for you of ones which we've tested we really like for certain use cases. We've got the helpful filters here. Please use our website. It is just a great resource for laptop. That's why we built it. We built it because there was no site out there that was, there was a lot of fake reviews, a lot of sponsored content when you search for something. You didn't have these use cases of who it was good for. You also don't have this on normal laptop buying sites, which is when are they a great buy? See, our favorites at a price we love. And this is, we watch their prices, and when they drop, if they hit certain limits that we've set on what we think make them a great buy, they'll fall into this category here, our prices that we love. If they're at a viable buy, they'll fall down here, right? Which is our favorites at a fair price, right? And then if they're not a good buy, even if we've reviewed them and we like the laptop, but we don't think the price is right, they won't show up at all. So this is a very different laptop shopping website than, you know, your average laptop shopping website. And we've spent a lot of time building it, so please, guys, use it. It also, if you do buy from it, it absolutely, that's what helps fund the channel. We didn't build that for that, for that purpose, but it certainly helps us grow and make more videos for you, more comprehensive tests, which is exactly what we want to do next year.
Yeah. I got a question that bounces off of that.
Okay.
Do you have advice for how to find laptops in other countries where we don't have an awesome website like yours?
I don't right now.
But we're going to expand, right?
Yeah. Next year, our big focus, one of our major goals of next year is to bring the website over to Germany, the UK, Canada, and India. Those are the 4 markets we're heavily focused on for next year to bring it over to. Eventually, we'll bring it down to my native country, Australia, too. That's a huge thing. As I said this earlier in the video, but I think anything we do, we want to do it well. And that means we're not just going to like throw up deals. Like you can see, we're heavily curating the deals here. So we're going to have to bring together a team of maybe 2 people who are local in India, 2 people local in the UK who can help us work out if it's a good deal or not. So there's a lot of effort that goes into doing this, but that's the plan for next year, absolutely. And we see this as an opportunity. We think we can hopefully revolutionize laptop buying and make it just much easier and much more focused on who are you. Like, tell us, if you come into a site and it says, you know, what are you doing on your laptop? Oh, I'm doing data science. How big's your data set? Do you know? If you don't know, don't worry about it. Are you a programmer? We're going to have like a quiz that you can fill out when you come in, and then the whole site will adapt for you, right? And one thing I want to do as well is, even if you don't fill out the quiz, but we detect what kind of areas you're going to in the site, we can form a profile and help give you advice that is based on what you're looking for. And most sites out there right now, you guys will know, if you go to any e-commerce site nowadays and search for anything, it's just so many sponsored results, so many fake reviews.
Amazon is horrible about that.
Yeah.
Just as an example.
You're right. And it's very generic results too. Everyone's getting the same results, but your use case might be completely different to someone else's. So we intend to come in with this site and solve all 3 of these problems, right? You're getting reviews from people who've actually used the laptop and you trust. Eventually, we'd like to invite other, let's call it qualified reviewers onto the platform to give their thoughts as well, so you get a well-rounded position. There's no sponsored content on this site, even though we could earn money. We've been offered. People have offered us money to sponsor or put ads on this site. We said, no, it's not. Like, just quite frankly, if you know my history, I didn't quit my corporate job to do this to make money. I quit my corporate job to do this to make a difference. And you know, so we've got no sponsored content, we have no fake reviews, we've got, you know, laptops that we're setting when they're going to show up based on the right price. And by the way, manufacturers try to trick us and they try to trick you. They'll often make really high MSRP prices so that they look like they're going to be on great deals, and they show up in like our deals pages or others. We know what they're up to, and we custom change their MSRP down to a fair MSRP price when they're naughty like that. So we know what games they're playing. So anyway, I want to respond to this one. Do not buy a laptop this year. There is little to no truly excellent deals this year. I wouldn't wait till the 5000 series. I would push back on that. I think the gentleman is right. He's kind of mentioning more so like NVIDIA that the RTX 5000 series is coming. It's probably going to be a big leap forward. They haven't released something for 2 years. It's being announced. This is the new graphics, dedicated graphics in CES, which is in second week of January. Laptops will probably start hitting the shelves March, April. I would just gently push back on that. There are great deals. The M4 MacBook Pros have just come out. They are fantastic. They're going for discounts of like $200 to $400 off. Fantastic. And they've all had more memory than they had last year, at least the Pro chips and the Mac and the base M4 chips did. They're very good deals. The MacBooks are great to buy right now, and there are good deals to be had. I would say the one we've seen with the graphics, with dedicated graphics, that really jumps out is this Acer Predator Helios Neo 14 for $1,400 for a 4070. Generally, and you said this in our video review of I think you've said this before, that 14-inch gaming laptops often cost more than 16 because it's more of a compact form factor.
Yes, yeah.
So that even though you can get a 4070 less, this is quite a compact laptop. You've got 32 gig of RAM. This one is a good deal to buy if you are looking for a gaming laptop right now. That's a good one. But I think in general what the gentleman has said does make sense for gaming laptops, that there's not a lot of great deals. Like our favorite gaming laptop is the G16. That's not really, the Intel version's on sale. Let's have a look at that one. That's a 4070. I'd get the other one we just saw for that. It's only got 16 gig of RAM.
Yeah.
So not a great deal. The G16 AMD, which is one of our favorite gaming laptops, that's definitely not a great deal at $2,300. The Legion Pro is probably a decent deal. Someone called that out earlier at $2,000 for a 4080. That's decent. But I think to the gentleman's point, for the gaming laptops, there doesn't seem to be a lot. I'm surprised. I would think they were trying to clear stock with the new ones coming in. It's a little disappointing, I would say.
Yeah. I understand the point that is trying to be made there, waiting for the 5000 series and the more powerful machines. But I think if you're not necessarily just going for the most powerful machine, there are deals to be had, and there are, compelling offers, especially in like the more 14-inch form factor and stuff like that. I think it's going to take a while for the 5000 series to be cooled properly or like really make sense in that. Like that would be my guess, because they're going to be more powerful graphics cards. So
here's another great deal, and this is not a dedicated GPU one. The VivoBook S15 for $549. It's only got the X Plus processor, but that's really cheap for a good laptop. So there are great deals to be had, just not so much in the gaming space. One thing I did want to mention, and you saw me probably gasp with a comment here, someone mentioned wrong, that because of the tariffs coming to the US, that they might be a great deal. I actually wanted to do a whole video on tariffs, not to be political at all. I don't want to mention anything political on this channel, but just to talk about how tariffs may affect laptop buying and YouTube channels like ourselves. I won't talk too much about this now. We don't know what the tariffs are, to be honest. We don't even know if they're actually truly going to come. Certainly if they do come and they're 25% or whatever, we're probably going to see a rush to buy as many laptops as humanly possible, and then maybe sell them we'll probably find people selling them on the secondhand markets. We'll probably find that happening. The US, for those who are overseas who don't know, the incoming president is certainly toting that he might add tariffs for things made overseas, particularly in China, where a lot of laptops are made. We just don't know what they are right now. So we're deciding internally if we do a video on this specific topic. I just don't want to be political on the topic, so I want to make it very straight down the center. And this is a topic that people could come at it, viewing it as a political play by us, which I don't want to do. But we might talk more about this. But yeah, tariffs, we just don't know what they are, so I wouldn't base the decision on that just yet. But we might do a video on it. If they certainly get announced at a high percentage, then absolutely you're going to see a run for laptops. People are just going to, anyone who's going to buy a laptop should buy it. If there's a 25% tariff, I mean, a MacBook's going to go up from $2,000 by $500, right? So so we'll just have to wait and see on that one. But we might do a dedicated video on it. Best 14-inch laptop for Linux for DevOps. We haven't, this is a best 14-inch laptop for Linux for DevOps. I haven't tested this one yet. This just came in about 2 weeks before Black Friday, and because we had other videos to do, we haven't fully tested. This is the Yoga Pro 7. We have one here. It's in the other room. This uses Zen 5. I think this is probably going to be a good one for Linux. We've had pretty good success, I think, before with this. We're going to test this. We've got a video coming out on it. Whether Linux will work on it. We've done most of our testing on it. We just haven't done the Linux testing on it yet. But because we think it's good for programmers, we do test Linux for any laptop we feel feels good for programmers. I think this one could be the one you're looking for. This is the Yoga Pro 7, so it has a 14.5-inch display, not a 14-inch display. 32 gig of RAM. This is using the Zen 5 processor, which is our favorite processor for Windows laptops. So that's the one that I'd probably suggest. And by the way, even though it's not on sale, don't worry about that. This is actually a good price. $1,300 for this laptop with a Zen 5 processor is a good price. So that's pretty safe to buy.
Questions are coming in so fast. Okay. Oh, is the HP Pavilion Aero for $639 with the QHD display still a good deal?
Which one was it?
The Aero. The HP Pavilion Aero.
Oh, the Aero. I thought you meant the Gigabyte Aero, and I was like almost freaking out. That laptop hasn't been updated for 2 years and was pretty bad back then. The HP Pavilion Aero, you know a lot about it. What was the question about it?
They're asking if $639 is a good deal with the QHD display. I like it better with the nicer display, and it's only like $60 more if you go to their website and buy it that way. But I would say it's still a pretty good laptop. Ethan actually has been using it a lot. I used to use it a lot in the office. I like it. It's good for writing scripts and stuff, but when I started to have to do more powerful stuff like the Premiere or whatever, I switched over to the ProArt for that. But I liked it a lot for my just script writing and research and stuff like that, and Ethan uses it for the same purposes. We think it's a pretty solid laptop. I would say around 600. Yeah, around 600 is the right price for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's okay. It's a viable price at this point, right?
Yeah.
Would you say? Yeah. And this Ryzen U processor, even though it's from Zen 4, it's actually pretty frugal and pretty efficient. It is quite good. I think the difference between, if we look at what else could you buy for $649, let's have a look. I'm surprised this isn't coming up as our Black Friday deal for the HP. I'm surprised, but yeah, this should probably come up as the Black Friday deal. Maybe, we could take a look at why the HP Aero isn't. I think that's a fair price for it to show up. But what else would you get for around $640? I think that's pretty. Let's go to the student list maybe.
Traditional Windows, not a lot. You can get some of the Snapdragons around that.
I think you're forced to buy an older Mac or a Snapdragon here, like she just said. I think it kind of stands. The one that people kept asking us about was, what about the VivoBook? Why did we not mention the VivoBook? And we've just got a paid chat, so we want to answer that one. There was the VivoBook here. Let me have a look. There was one that we tested with Intel. That's a VivoBook Pro. Let's have a look at that one. Oh, this would be a nice, I forgot to mention this when we talked about the IdeaPad. We should put this on the site. Let's put this one on the site. This is a great one for someone was saying that the professional productivity laptops were too expensive. Yes. This is actually one that's a competitor to the IdeaPad 5 Pro. That's a good competitor. We should put this one on the site for sure. I'll just push this to Kyan because this should be in the deals. Absolutely, that's a good one for those. It's a good one for people who are very tight on budget, doing a bit of video editing and things like that, productivity work, who are just very tight on budget. So if you wouldn't mind taking a look at the VivoBook Pro 15 at Best Buy, that should be on the site. But the one I was looking at was actually I think it was an Amazon one. We did it was the VivoBook with Core Ultra 9, and people were asking if that was worth buying because people commented about the Aero being our recommendation for cheap laptops. But there was a VivoBook 14.
I thought it was the S14.
You might be right. And how is that pricing? Because that would be an alternative, yeah. So here's a good alternative to the Aero, which is this one. This should be on our site as well. Why is that not there? Let's see. VivoBook S14. We do have it as best price ever, but it's not showing up in any list. So we'll have to bring it to the student list probably for this price. It's not a great, it's how would you feel about, because this is $100 more than the Aero.
Yeah.
You get 1 terabyte of storage, which is nice. How do you, but it's a much more powerful, it's the Core Ultra 9.
It is a more powerful processor, yes.
I think this should show up for students and office users.
Yeah, sure.
So let me just mention this to Kyan, so he's got it. VivoBook Pro from Best Buy sure for, let's say, what's that, video editors, and what would be other use, and then the VivoBook S14 OLED should definitely show up for, let's say, students and then home and office. Yeah. Okay. So let's go. There was a question I liked. I love the business questions, actually. If you don't know, I've started a business channel, which is actually that was meant to be the main channel when I went full time in July last year, but people seem to like the laptop reviews. So we do have a business channel. I have a business channel, which I'm trying to work hard on to, I'll show you here, because I do have a business background as well. This is the new channel. If you haven't seen it,
welcome to my business channel.
You check it out. It has a bit of a different vibe. If you haven't seen it, yeah, definitely check that one out. But someone asked about interest rates and will that explode inflation? And this was in response to the tariff answer, the discussion I said before. You know, I would say interest rates are on the way down, which is good. I don't think they're anywhere near the level that they were when inflation exploded in the US and worldwide. I mean, we were talking about people were getting like home loans at the lowest levels at like 2%. Where now they're, 6%, thereabouts, car loans, 7, 8%. We're not at that stage, right? But what we will see is gradually as the interest rates lower, some people who are on variable rate loans, people are still kind of locked in because when they were at 2%, 2.5%, a lot of people bought these loans where they're 30-year terms, but 10 years is fixed at that lower rate. If you think they got them around 2021, that 10 years is going to expire around 2031. That's when they'll be converted to variable rates, in which case they're going to have to deal with right now higher interest rates. They'll have a lot less money. So there's often a lag in terms of lowering or raising interest rates because people aren't, for the main purchase, which is a house, they're locked in oftentimes for like 10 years or 5 years. So we're not seeing those rates reset just yet. People who got them in COVID was 2021. We'll see the rates reset at those 5-year rate resets at around 2026, the 10 years, which is most people, would be 2031. So it's really, the rates right now are affecting people who are new home buyers, or maybe they're moving cities, selling their old home, they've got to buy one somewhere else. Moral of the story is, I think it's going to be very gradual how it affects inflation. I think, we've talked, there's energy prices, which is one of the core things that multiplies throughout the economy. That's probably going to have a more material effect. But I think we're certainly not, even though rates are on the right way down, we're certainly nowhere near where we were, which made inflation completely out of control, which was when they were like 2%. So I don't think we're heading there yet, but I think it's nice that they're dropping. I think that's one of the reasons, quite frankly, that we aren't seeing as many laptop purchases this year as we did in prior years.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons is people don't have a lot of money, If you want to buy a house now, it's a lot more expensive than it was back in 2020, 2021. So I think it's good that they're going down because I think it's going to make it more affordable, but hopefully we don't go down to stupid levels like we saw before where basically borrowing money was almost free because the interest rate was so low, so everyone was just borrowing and just buying whatever they could, and that was pushing the price up, right? There was high demand, same amount of supply or less supply because of COVID. So I don't think we're going to see that same kind of thing, or I hope not. That's my 2 cents.
Someone said the VivoBook S15 is no longer on sale, that the website is out of date.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll have to
check
update that as well. Let's just jump in there. Okay, we're going to have a look where that goes. Okay, this might be to a caching issue, guys, that we do use the API, but sometimes prices update. We update our API. We do a refresh, I think, every several minutes or so, or I can't remember the timeout on the refresh, but clearly...
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. What else we got, Sierra?
Which of these is best for light users, the IdeaPad Pro 5, Legion 5, or Yoga Pro 7, given similar prices and configurations?
IdeaPad Pro 5, what was it?
IdeaPad Pro 5, Legion 5, or Yoga Pro 7. They said best for light users, so I would think the Yoga Pro 7, right?
such different laptops because the IdeaPad Pro 5, the IdeaPad Pro is like a thin 16-inch laptop that gives you some graphics. I think it's a more natural step down from the Yoga Pro 9i because it's kind of like a do-it-all laptop where the Legion 5 is more of a pure gaming laptop, right?
Okay.
So you've got the Yoga Pro 9i, which is the high-end version. I would say is almost a high-end version of the IdeaPad Pro 5. Then you've got the Legion, which is in a completely different sphere. It's much heavier. It's a bigger laptop. So for that task, I would kind of throw out the Legion because it's such a bulky, heavy machine. You know, that's more of a discount gaming laptop for someone who wants maximum gaming performance on a somewhat budget. It's more expensive than Lenovo's LOQ, but it's cheaper than others. So I'd throw that one out. I would say the Yoga Pro 9i is a natural step up from the IdeaPad Pro. So I would get that for sure, but it depends on the pricing. I would say the difference, if they had the same graphics, one's the 4050 and one is if they both had the same graphics, I would say the Yoga Pro 9i is probably worth $300 more than the IdeaPad Pro due to, you know, better display. There's things that are nicer about the Yoga Pro 9i, but it depends on the config you're getting. But I'd say if they had the same config, about $300 difference.
Okay.
Oh, can I ask this one? On XPS 15 versus HP Spectre X360 2-in-1. These are two very different laptops. The XPS 15 is not a current generation laptop. It finished last year. It's been replaced by the XPS 14 and 16. The XPS 15 just has dreadful thermals. It has one of the worst. I had a video where I tried to cook an egg on it. It got so hot. It was like 55. I can't remember. I think it almost got to 60 that I measured on the keyboard. It gets really hot on the load. It has dreadful thermals.
Okay.
You know, that being said, it does have a powerful graphics, which it doesn't have a powerful graphics. It has it has some dedicated graphics. It's not as bad as the XPS 14. That was terrible.
Okay.
But he's comparing it to the Spectre 14. They're very different machines. The Spectre is going to be more portable than the XPS. The XPS is very big and heavy. It's for a 15-inch laptop, it is unusually heavy. It depends what you're going to do on it. If you want a little bit of graphics grunt, the XPS 15 is going to be better. It is. If you're not using that NVIDIA graphics, then I'd get the Spectre. So I think Spectre if you're not using NVIDIA graphics, XPS 15 if you are. What do you recommend? Josh, what would you recommend for economics, finance, accounting student in university that doing OOP on the side? What is OOP?
ORP?
OOP.
Oh.
What is that?
Oh, object-oriented programming.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I think for finance, if you really want to go hardcore finance, I actually used a Mac. So the people who say you have to have Windows for Excel, yes and no. It absolutely does help having the right keys for Excel, the keys you're more likely to use. So I'd say to be on the safe side, maybe go with a Windows laptop. I think something like the Slim 7i Aura Edition, which we saw down here, is a nice choice. It's Windows, it's Intel, everything's going to work. It's only $1,000, which is a very good price for a 16 gig, 512 gig Lunar Lake laptop. It is a little bit, you might think it's big because of that 15-inch display, but honestly, for a 15-inch laptop, this is actually very unusually small and portable. It's quite thin for a laptop with a screen that size, and it's actually quite compact. And the bigger screen is going to help with finance and economics. When you use Excel, you're looking at graphs, a large amount of tables, it's going to help. So I think this is a nice laptop, and it'll help for programming too.
Something with a numpad was one of the other commenters' suggestions, though, so that because of accounting. Sometimes accountants do prefer the numpad.
Does the Slim 7i Aura Edition have a numpad?
I don't think it does.
Yeah. I mean, the ones that have numpads right now tend to be like the IdeaPad Pro 5, 5 Pro, the Lenovo's have them. Yeah.
Right? No, that one doesn't have one.
I remember someone having the squish number pads. Certainly the Lenovo's have number pads. You could go the IdeaPad Pro 5 from Lenovo. You could go, I think there's my favorite, the Yoga Pro 9i have a number pad. I can't recall that. Do you want to have a quick check what it does? I just can't recall. I've used the Yoga Pro 9i a bunch of times, but that would be a good one. But that's quite heavy. Once you add a number pad, I'm sorry guys, you're talking about bigger laptops here. You just are.
Yes, it does.
So yeah, Yoga Pro 9i would be a good one if you want a number pad. Oh, hang on, we've got a Samsung question. Hey Josh, what do you think about Samsung Galaxy Book 4 Ultra 16 gig variant for $1,800? We didn't get the Ultra in.
Which one?
The 16 gig variant of the Samsung Galaxy Book 4 Ultra. For AI ML tasks, is it a good buy for $1,800? That doesn't sound like a good buy, to be honest. Let me just look it up. So we're going to bring up the Samsung Galaxy Book 4 Ultra. First thing I don't like is 16 gig of memory at $1,800. That does not seem like a good deal at all. Wow, this thing is expensive. This is the 32 gig memory one, and he was talking about the 16 gig one. And I'm assuming it has a lower tier graphics. Let's see if there's a different model at Best Buy. Otherwise, we'll have to go to Samsung's site. This is not a good deal at all. Wow, that's one of the worst deals we've seen today. $2,000 for a 4050 with 16 gig of RAM. I'm so glad you brought this to our attention. This is a horrible deal. This is probably one of the worst deals we've seen today. So take a look at that. Let's now have a look at this one. We'll go here, Yoga Pro 9i. Right? So you could buy a Yoga Pro 9i for $1,900, which is cheaper than this. It gives you 32 gig of RAM, not 16, and a 4060. There is no way you should be buying this. I can't see a world where you would want to buy this. There's a 4050 versus a 4060.
It's a lower powered processor too.
Yeah, it's Intel. You're right. Qualtra 7 versus Qualtra 9. You would buy this in a heartbeat over that. Or I would buy this one, the 4050. It's on sale if you want 16. Yeah, this, and that has 32 gig of RAM, better processor. You buy this, 4050. Yeah. I just saw one that I think worried me. Let me just check if there's a bug on the site. Oh, no, it's good. Okay. But the Yoga Pro 9i, it's not coming up with best price ever here. That's a bug. Hey, Kayam, we're seeing a bug with this. If you could just send it off to the developers, but this should say, it says starts from $1,299. It should say best price ever. There's a bug on the site. Yeah, there's clearly a bug on the side here. I'm just going to tell them anyway. Okay. Okay. All right. We got a. Let's answer. There was a paid one before that I think we may have missed. Did we miss the paid one before? But I'll answer this one while you check the other one.
The other one was, what do you think of the Zephyrus G16 for gaming and light video editing? Which I feel like the quick answer is, yeah. That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. It's just not on a good deal right now.
Yeah.
Only the Intel one is on sale, I think, right now. The AMD one we love, but it's just $2,300 for a 4070, which is the AMD one here. It's just too expensive. There's a 4070. It's just not worth it for $2,300. It needs to drop to like $2,000. Has it dropped at all? It dropped a little bit down to $2,000. Yeah, so you should be buying this one at $2,000. We like that one a lot. The Intel one we don't like as much, but it's a much better deal right now. Yeah, for $1,600 with a 4070, that is a decent deal. That is a decent deal. So yeah, we like that one. Sorry, we almost missed you. And then this one we have coming in is CPU advice of Asus S14 3070. So this is I'm assuming this is the HX 3070? What is it?
HX 370, I would assume.
Worth versus the IdeaPad Pro 5, 14-inch is in India. Yeah, I got you. You're in India. Qualtra 7155H. So this is the 14-inch version of the IdeaPad Pro 5. Respectively 24 gig, 32. Okay, so the IdeaPad Pro has 32 gig, 1 terabyte.
What is the S14 with a 370 chip?
I'm assuming this is the VivoBook S14, or is it the... We don't have this particular model here, by the way. Do you want to just check if there's a VivoBook or ZenBook? I don't think there is a ZenBook with the Ryzen.
The
I think
370. No.
Maybe the VivoBook. Sierra's just going to check for you. I'm just thinking about these laptops. So they're both... It's a 14-inch variant. I mean, the AMD chip is much better. I think 24 gig of memory is still going to be enough for most people. Both of these, I believe the SSD is actually replaceable, so I wouldn't base your decision on 512 gig versus 1 terabyte. You could replace them technically. I am leaning towards the better chip processor, which is the Ryzen processor. And you're getting 8 gig less RAM, I get that.
Yeah, that one's not available in the US, so
yeah,
I'm not able to find it.
So yeah, I won't repeat what Sierra said, but I would personally, my 2 cents is the Ryzen HX 370 is a much better processor than the Core Ultra 7 155H. It's a better processor than the Core Ultra 9 185H. So it is like 2 steps above the Core Ultra 7 155H, and given that 24 gig of memory is probably going to be enough for most people, I'm assuming you're probably programming on it. If you're, most of our India people who write to us tend to be coding, so I'm just going to assume that you haven't said. I think 24 gig is probably going to have you covered for coding. So I would choose the better processor. It's such a big step up from the other processor. So I'd go with the Asus is my 2 cents, but you haven't given us a huge amount of information to go by.
Programming laptop around 1,000.
My Surface is slowing down a bit. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of like lagging a bit. Yeah, it's this programming laptop around what? 1,000? What was the one you just wrote out?
Programming laptop around 1,000.
I think the Yoga Pro is hard to beat. It hasn't gone on sale yet, and it's a fair price at what it is, but this is the one I would get for sure, around 1,000. It's a little bit more than 1,000, being 1,300, but you got 32 gig of RAM, that 14.5-inch high-resolution display. Which helps for programming. I think code's going to look really crisp on a screen like the one that this one has. It just launched in the US. You got 1 terabyte of storage. You got that beautiful Ryzen Zen 5 processor. This is a 365 one that's in the US. But I would aim for that for coding. I would say that, but if you can't afford that, it's not going to be the best for coding based on performance, but this 7i Aura Edition is on just such a good price at $1,000, even though it's not going to have the best multi-core. You know, you've got a 15-inch display, which is going to be more nice to code on. It's plenty portable. I quite like this one, I must say, the Slim 7i Aura Edition. Failing that, you could buy the MacBook Air 13. We did find some MacBook Air 15s as well, which is a MacBook Air competitive. They're on sale today with M3. And you make sure you get at least a 16 gig of RAM. See, this is a 256 gig version. You could buy that for $1,000. That would be not bad. But I'd say, yeah, Yoga Pro 7 would be my top choice today. Then I'd say Slim 7i Aura Edition for coders around $1,000. Those would be my 2 top choices. If you're wondering which site, we're using our site, by the way, guys, justjosh.tech. Please use it when you purchase today. It absolutely helps fund the channel, makes a big difference. And if you're not subscribed, guys, get subscribed. We want you know, as I said, we've got great dreams of growing the channel, and you can help that by just doing something as simple as getting subscribed. Oh gosh, I want to do this one for sure.
Okay.
Hi Josh, what do you think about the Surface Studio 2? I hate that laptop, so does Taylor. We had that in. Poor Taylor had to edit off that thing. That was bad. That was one of the worst. Let me bring it up so people know what we're talking about here. So this Samsung, don't buy it. It's not a good deal. Studio 2. This is probably on huge deals because they're probably trying to get rid of it since it's, oh my God, this is so expensive. $40, $50 for $2,200. Yeah, this laptop just sucks. It sucks. Sorry to say this, it gets so hot. It's one of the hottest feeling laptops, and it's like yay thick. It's really thick, and it has this odd shape. So like there's a bottom piece where the exhaust comes out, and then there's a top piece like this. So the top piece juts out, and it's got a sharp edge. So it kind of cuts into your wrist, which you will notice because it's quite a thick laptop. So it cuts into your wrist, it gets really hot, and it's crazy expensive. This should be avoided at all cost. No one should be buying. I'll unsubscribe you myself if you buy this laptop. This is just a terrible laptop. Is the HP Spectre X360 a good choice at $1,000? I personally, at $1,000, unless you need the 2-in-1 capabilities of the Spectre 14, I don't know where you're getting it for $1,000. It's a good price, but I think the Aura just beats it. Unless you need those 2-in-1 capabilities, I think even though the Aura is a little bit, funnily enough, wow, $530 open box.
Yeah.
Let's jump into that in a sec. But I would say between the Spectre 14, you might think because it's a 14-inch, it's smaller than the Aura Edition, which is here. But they're actually fairly similar size because the Spectre is quite a big 14-inch laptop and this is a small 15-inch laptop. So I would personally get the Aura Edition unless you needed the 2-in-1 capabilities of the Spectre and, you know, being able to write on it. I would absolutely get the Aura over the Spectre. They actually perform fairly similar. But let's talk about open boxes. This is a fantastic open box on the old Spectre. We should get this on the site. This is fantastic, $530.
Yeah.
This, at this price, this is a steal, an
Well,
absolute
that says
steal.
it's in fair condition. What about the good condition? Is
Yeah,
still a good deal.
568.
Yeah.
Let me just mention this to Chaim. We should absolutely put it refurbished on the site.
Mm-hmm.
In the future for next year, we will have a refurbished section. We'll put them on. They're a bit harder because they come and go very quickly, but let's put that on the site. And one thing I like about, whether we talked about this earlier in the stream, whether you're buying refurbished from Best Buy, you're buying it from Dell's outlet store or Apple store, I like buying secondhand from these places better. Oftentimes people just try them, they return them really quickly without using them much, and you tend to get the manufacturer's warranty, which is huge. Whether you buy from Craigslist, they tend to have used it a lot longer, beaten it up, and you're not getting the manufacturer's warranty. So this is really good. This is one of the best deals I've seen today, actually. This is one of the best deals I've seen today.
We got an Aussie viewer asking about the ZenBook S14 versus the OmniBook Ultra Flip 14 versus the OmniBook Ultra for a comp engineering thesis. I would think the OmniBook Ultra with the Zen 5, right?
What were the choice again? Do you have that coming handy?
Because they're doing computer engineering, so I would do the more powerful processor.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sierra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the OmniBook Ultra. That I surprisingly enjoyed that laptop. That was the one I was gonna write. So there's two OmniBook Ultras right now out. OmniBook Ultra replaced the Spectre line, that branding, and all of HP's consumer line is called OmniBook. And there's two of them right now. Flip is the 2-in-1. It's a replacement for the Spectre. It's a smaller version of the Spectre. It's actually a really nice laptop. I like it. It just hasn't gone on big sales yet. And then you've got the OmniBook Ultra non-Flip, which is the one Sierra said, which is the Ryzen Zen 5 one. So it's actually much more powerful than the Flip. It only has a 14-inch screen, so it's comparable. It would be, these are the two, by the way, guys, that you, as a programmer, that you might want to decide between the OmniBook Ultra 14. It's not on sale in the US, and then you've got this one, the Yoga Pro 7. As a coder who doesn't need dedicated graphics, these are great options. The difference is why we keep recommending the Yoga Pro over the other one. They both have Zen 5. The Yoga Pro, it does only have the 365 version of Zen 5, which is significant. It's not significant. It's a little less powerful.
A little less, yeah.
Yeah, than the other one that the OmniBook has. But it's such a better price right now, $1,300 versus $1,500, $1,007. And it also has the 14.5-inch display, which I think is more useful. That being said, if you are deciding between the two and the prices are comparable in your region, the OmniBook Ultra actually has some advantages over the Yoga Pro 7. I have found the OmniBook Ultra to be quite a bit quieter. The Yoga Pro 7 does have a little bit of fan noise. It's not terrible, but it does have a little bit, where this one, the OmniBook Ultra, was like almost dead quiet. So out of the three, the gentleman said, I'm right with you, Sierra. I think this OmniBook Ultra is a great buy. I started off hating this laptop, by the way, guys. I did. I was so disappointed with the 60 hertz screen for this price range. But the more I used it, it is quite a high quality feeling laptop. And the keyboard, even though low travel, is actually pretty comfortable for a low travel one. So I did actually enjoy using it. So if in your region, out of the three for coding that you just read out, I think this one with the Zen 5 is great. But if you're choosing between the two, I would get the Yoga, even though it's a little bit, has a tinsy bit of fan noise. I think the 14.5-inch display for a program is more useful. I think that the keyboard is much more comfortable on the Yoga Pro 7. I would get that over the other.
Can you share your opinion on the $200 VivaBook deal? I assume that's at the top of our Crazy Deals page.
Yeah. Look, I mean,
It's
most
probably
laptops are
OpenBox or
absolutely... No, I think it's the regular one, as I recall.
Oh.
Yeah, look, here's the skinny. Most laptops at this price point are just utter garbage. They are utter garbage. And the biggest thing holding them back at this price point is generally their processor and memory. You're normally getting, and storage, you're normally getting a Pentium or Celeron processor, which is less powerful than this one. Let me just bring up the specs of this processor again, so I refresh my memory on it. So this one gives you 6 cores. The N100 we recently tested in the Chewy, which is a $350 laptop, only has 4 cores. And here you're getting 2 performance cores, which is good. That one I think only had like 4 efficient, as I recall. So this is definitely going to be more powerful than that. Also, you're getting 8 gig of memory. Where is it? You're getting 8 gig of memory and 128 gig of storage. At this price point, a lot of the laptops are 4 gig of memory. And also they use these eMMC storage devices, which are super slow, where this uses a genuine 128 gig SSD. Look, it's a $200 laptop. It's not going to have a display that's anywhere near as good as some of the others. And let me just check the display specs here. I just want to make sure it is at least 1920 by 1200. It is, so it's full HD. Yeah, so it's just, look, this processor and the specs you're getting for $200 is very, very solid for $200. Okay, it just is. It's more akin to what we'd see normally at about $400, like appropriately priced. And it's just going to run circles around other laptops at this price point. It is. It's a good deal. Yeah, it's the, if you go Black Friday deals, it's right at the top here. You haven't even drunk any water, Sarah. How are you handling it? You probably need a coffee.
I probably need a coffee, yeah. That's okay.
I'm almost tempted to go make us one. And guys, I hope people are using the site. Let us know. Are you using the site? Are you finding it helpful? Give us some feedback on it. This is our first Black Friday that we've gone through with this site, and you can see, like, we have gone all out to make this the hub of laptop buying. We've got a couple of fine tuning, and obviously next year we've got some great features coming, guys. Can't wait. We're going to do, as I said, international. We're going to go next year. We're adding India, Canada, Germany, and the UK. My Aussie brethren will probably add soon afterwards. We're going to add fantastic email outs where you can actually say what use cases we're going to expand use cases. We're adding in traders. We're adding in, the ones we're adding is traders, interior designers, art and architects, audio engineers and music producers. We're adding those categories in. And then we're going to have the ability that you can have a profile to determine which categories you want and what price you're shopping in. And then we'll send you automated emails only if there are deals on sale. We're not going to spam your inbox. No one wants those frigging weekly emails.
Yeah.
No one wants that crap. So we'll only send them to you if we find a deal that matches what you're looking for. And you'll also be able to watch key laptops too to say, and not just get an email when the price drop, you'll be able to say, hey, if the price drops below this, then let me know. So we've got some great stuff coming. So let us know what you think of the website. There was a super chat question by someone who asked a super chat question. But
and you asked a follow-up to their, so the Asus S14 with the HX370 is around $150 to $200 more expensive than Intel, and it has less RAM. Is it worth it? And I think, just to clarify, with our previous question, we understood that in your ask, and we were saying it was worth it. I think with the better
Actually,
processor.
I didn't know about the price difference. That does help. Yeah,
okay.
that one I thought they were about the same. In that case, I would actually, if you're buying, I said credit card issue. The moment I hear credit card issue, I don't like anyone buying on credit card. I don't think you're going to see $200 of value between a Core Ultra 7, even though the Ryzen 9. See, what's happened is this person was comparing they're in India, the IdeaPad Pro 14, which is we had the 16-inch version in, it's 14, and that one had a Core Ultra 7 versus it was a Asus S14, I'm assuming a ZenBook or a VivoBook, with the Ryzen Zen 5 HX370. So the HX370 is like 2 levels above it. You go Intel Core Ultra 7, then you go Core Ultra 9 from Intel, then you go AMD Zen 5. It is a better chip than Core Ultra 9, so it's 2 levels up. But that one with the Ryzen 3070 only had 24 gig of RAM versus 32 of the Intel, so let's bring it down a level because of that. I normally, like 24 gig to 32 gig, it's going to be enough memory for both people either way, so that's not a huge decision. But now that he's saying, hey, he's buying it on credit card and also there is a $200 price difference, I would get the Core Ultra 7 Intel one. Save your money, mate. Like, unless you can afford to buy a house, a car, there's other things you need the money for. You're not going to notice $200 worth of value between them, I would say. I think I would get the Intel one. I think that changes my viewpoint.
Okay.
I think if they're the same price, I would, it's 2 notches up on CPU, but 1 notch down on memory, so I'd get the AMD one. But once I see that difference of $150 to $200, I'd get the Intel one for sure. Absolutely.
Bradley suggested that we should add a category for teaching on the website.
Yeah, for teaching it just to be, here's my 2 cents, Bradley, and let me know what you think, mate. Generally, teaching is, you're teaching a specific, either you're teaching, junior school or middle school, in which case you should be just looking for a laptop for home office use. It's very basic needs. So use that category. Otherwise, often you're teaching a specific discipline. You're teaching music production, you're teaching programming, you're teaching something like that, in which case you should use the disciplines that we already have. So that's why for teaching, I wouldn't that's how I would view it. But Bradley, let me know what you think. That's my 2 cents. So Surface Laptop 7 worth it? Yes, I love the Surface Laptop 7. We'll go on right here. I'm using it. Yeah, we haven't spoken for this for the last hour, so may as well hit it again. Apologies if you're seeing us a second time with it. But yeah, Surface Laptop 7, it's just a good premium laptop. The only issue is you got to be patient with the Snapdragon processor. I was showed this before, like just for instance, here's Discord, the native Discord app. It's not native for ARM, so that's what it looks like, right? It just doesn't work. And I'm just giving you an example of like a common app that just doesn't work on Snapdragon, right? There's workarounds. Discord does have a web page that you can use to use Discord. But it's just, I love the laptop, I really do. I use it a lot for office, but know what it can do and know what it can't do. You're gonna have to be patient with workarounds. Sometimes the battery will drain faster or get a little bit warm, and I think that's a lot of due to incompatible apps running and the translation layer. And then of course, there's certain things that won't run at all. Like I know for a fact, I play League of Legends and I play TFT fairly frequently. It's how I relax, which is weird because it's not a very relaxing game. But, when you play those games, they don't work on this at all. So I have to use a different laptop. So know what it can do and what it can't do, okay? For basic office tasks, web browsing, all of that kind of stuff, it works pretty well, which is how I use it to manage this business. It's portable, it's premium, and for a Windows laptop, it's one of the few that gets the kind of the basics right. It feels premium, it's a great build, it feels on par with an XPS 14 or a MacBook. The trackpad is one of the only, I would say the only Windows laptop that has a trackpad on par with the MacBook that's in front of me. Keyboard, very comfortable, very, very comfortable. Display is great, it's bright, it's high resolution, fast refresh rate, and then the build quality looks fantastic. So I like the laptop very much. It's just know what you're getting in on, right? Like if you intend to do some gaming, this ain't it. This is not it, right? Just know what you're getting and what you're not getting. Thanks, I saw Bradley responded, which is nice.
Someone asked about the LG laptops on sale at Costco.
Yeah, okay.
They look like just the grams.
Yeah, so look guys, I didn't get a gram in this year. I have had a gram in late the year before, I can't remember. No, it wasn't 2022, very late 2020, the LG gram 16 in. I was deeply disappointed. They're very light, but they feel super flimsy. And it got so warm. It was just a very unappealing laptop. And then I just had secondary to that, which I shouldn't mention, but I'm going to mention. It was sent to us through someone who wanted to sponsor a video, I think, and I can't remember, but it was sent via one of those agencies, and they wanted to control what we were saying and what we weren't. So I actually said no to the sponsor. I said, I'll return the laptop, no problems, but I'm putting the review live with my true thoughts. They were one of the worst companies that I've worked with. That agency, I can't remember what it was off the top of my mind, but dreadful agency. They wanted to control like every full stop, comma, exact word of how we were describing it. And I was like, no, we're not playing that game. And so I didn't love the laptop to begin with. And then I just felt the way that LG's agency was treating creators was very misleading and not fair on you guys. But it's been a while, so I'll probably get an LG in next year. We can see what they're like because we haven't done one for a while.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
Apparently they're on a good deal at Costco right now. So.
Watching the live stream, far out, we still got 200 people. I was about to say we kind of just dropped and in number of viewers, and we should probably stop the stream, but there's got a lot of people coming in. Do you want me should we make coffee?
Yeah, we can make coffee.
Why don't you take some? Oh, there's a Pro Art. Why don't you take that one?
Okay. Is the Asus Pro Art P16 good for programmers? I'm planning to get it before I go to college as a CS major. Yeah, I mean, it is a good laptop for programmers. It offers like a really nice high resolution screen, so you can see small code really well. I really enjoy just the premium feeling of that laptop, so I think that's a good one. I'm gonna like speed run questions here. Um, Thanks, Bradley, for hanging out with us. Enjoy teaching. Um, Genshin Impact, we are just coworkers. Josh is my boss. 32 gigs Asus ZenBook 14 OLED Ultra 7 or 16 gigs Air for PhD student. Soft computing, nothing like ML or AI. What's the price difference of those, the ZenBook 14 and the Air? Because I would think you're going to get a more premium experience with the Air, but you might be getting a better, well, and also which generation Air is it? I think I'm Zeki Khan. That's the person I'm talking to here. We're in the US. The deals that we are curating and the laptops that we're reviewing are primarily ones available in the US. I did have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you for asking. Lots of yummy food. Had it off, which was nice. I think Snapdragon having no future since Lunar Lake, I think that's an interesting thought. I kind of agree in some ways. I think that Snapdragon still has a future in its budget category for light users. I think now that they're lowering the prices of a lot of the Snapdragons, I think we're going to see more viability. Like the Asus, I mean, it just went off sale, but we had the VivoBook S15 was listed for like $550, which was a really good deal. I see the Samsung Galaxy Book Edge and stuff like that on sale frequently. I think you end up getting pretty nice laptops for light users in that category for decent prices compared to the Lunar Lake. But where Lunar Lake does a lot better is I do think Lunar Lake has better battery life. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are more efficient chips. I don't think they are, but they do better as a whole package with their battery life, just because they're lower performing chips. And it also is a much better single core experience and a much better integrated graphics experience. So like if you were going to do light gaming on the side, like nothing crazy, but if you had some basic 2D games and stuff like that you were doing, you'd probably be good to do that. Or like League, like Josh's favorite, is good on Lunar Lake. So I think Lunar Lake is a more versatile machine, but I think Snapdragon is a more affordable machine. So those are the kind of feelings I have on that. But I do think it's an interesting concept that like, and like the Snapdragon dev kit was apparently horrible. We heard some feedback about that. And so they aren't really making it easier for developers to work with their ecosystem. So you're not going to see this compatibility be that great for probably a while. Especially from like some of the larger developers, that's a pretty bad sign. So I would say if you're comfortable with the current compatibility they have, go for it. But as Josh was saying, he has a lot of non-native apps running on his, and it kind of lags a bit. I would say if you're running just native apps, probably good budget, but yeah. The Zephyrus G14 just went on sale. Only the 16 gigs RAM version, not the 32 gigs. I think the 32 gigs is a more unique machine, so I feel like they can get away with not putting that on as good of a sale, but I would hope it follows suit, especially since it is Zen 4, and it's not the newest processors. Yeah. I do agree that Snapdragons are kind of like Chromebooks on steroids. Like, they're much better machines in a lot of ways than Chromebooks, but you still are limited in what you can do on them. They're nice. They're a lot more premium machines than most Chromebooks, though. They feel nicer. They're nicer to use. Like, if I was, I know we talk about this sometimes, but I do poetry as my, like, that's my spare time, my work outside of work. And I do like publication and things like that. And if I was only doing that, I think I could see myself using like a Snapdragon, especially for the budget of it all. But I like having a little bit more powerful of a machine for my gaming on the side and stuff like that. So, the Helios Neo 16 with a Core i7-13650HX for the same price as Best Buy's version of the same laptop with the i9-14900HX. Which is better? Thank you. Okay. And they have the same graphics card? Are they the same? They're the same price, same graphics card, better CPU. Maybe you could pull this up.
This question has to be for you. What laptop inspires you to write poetry?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I was telling them that I do poetry stuff on the side.
Uh-huh.
Here, while I answer that, can you look up this Acer Predator Helios Neo deal?
My favorite one, the 14?
The 16. Yeah, so it's on sale for $999, but that's with the older processor. They said that the same one, the i9-14900HX, is also on sale for the same price. Best Buy. So maybe that we should add to the website because it's a better processor, if we can find it.
Yeah.
What laptop inspires me to write poetry?
And by the way, this is a good example of our website. As I've said before, it is not the same as Amazon or Best Buy. We're highly curated, and that's why sometimes, like something like this just came up, there might be a slight lag for us to add it to the website because we're kind of manually looking at them and saying, are they a good deal? Do we recommend it? Who do we recommend it for?
Correct.
So we have that kind of filter that goes on it, but we'll add that. That is a very good deal.
Yeah. I have used the MSI Prestige. Josh has let me borrow when we were reviewing it, the MSI Prestige 13, AI plus Evo or whatever, the Lunar Lake one. Actually, I think I borrowed the older version of it, but it's the same chassis, same everything. I used that for poetry events where I was writing, and that was pretty enjoyable. And then the ProArt's a little heavy, to be honest, for like poetry stuff, but what I like about the ProArt is I can take handwritten notes on it, and so I can write physically on it. So I enjoy that. I would say my one at home that I've been using is the Framework, which is also another one that we've reviewed. But my laptop that I own at home is old, like older than anything any of you guys probably own right now. So I need to replace it, and the ProArt is like on my short list of things that I want to replace it with. But money, the ProArt's pretty expensive. So
You love this thing.
yeah, I do like this thing a lot.
And the keyboard on that is so
Oh, you have to
comfortable.
check your mic again.
Oh,
Are you muted?
I'm terrible. I'm terrible with this. It should be working now, guys. If it's not, just let me know. But you love that. That keyboard is really comfortable. And
The keyboard's really
trackpad.
comfortable. I just like how versatile it is and the fact that I could play games on it.
Yeah.
Like, I could actually use this. It's the first machine I've ever seen that was like, checks every box, Did we find that
UK
deal?
question. Yeah, it's a fantastic deal, this Acer Predator. I like it a lot because you got the 14900HX processor in here, which is a very good processor.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's the newer version of the Helios Neo, too.
Oh, okay. We've got to make sure he knows that's the new one version. I still have versions.
Yeah, here, check. I'll be able to tell by the stadium on the back if you want to show me what it looks like.
Yeah, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's the new one.
It's a much better deal than the one we have on the site. Absolutely. Thank you for that find, because you got the i9 1400H. That's a much better CPU, and you got the newer version of the Helios. So that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that is a better deal
Yeah.
than the older one. But we really like the Helios Neo line. They've done a really good job with like the performance and the cooling in those. They do get a bit loud, I would say, is the only negative. But they usually only get super loud when you're like running at full bore and in turbo mode and everything like that. If you don't run it like that, and if you run it in like balanced and you run it in performance mode, normal performance modes, I don't think it gets as annoying.
So let's ask the paid chat about,
Yes.
and then I want to hit the Yoga Pro 9i versus Pro at P16, because we do have some interesting stuff to say about that. Oh, MacBook Pro 15-inch, that is a classic, but battery is dying. I feel your pain. Okay. So let's answer the, gosh, there's a lot of good ones. There's a cost in my country, Yoga Pro 7. Oh, there's so many good questions. I don't know where to start. I almost want to take a screenshot of them. But why don't we hit the paid one, the guy from the UK, VivoBook S15 OLED, you know that laptop pretty well. Ryzen 9, AMD Ryzen 9, I'm assuming for £740, that's got to be the older Ryzen version, the Zen 4. That cannot be the new one. If it's the Zen 5, you just buy that immediately. Don't even ask us a question.
Yeah, so I think, which Ryzen 9 is it? If you could give us more details, because if it is the Zen 5, like Josh is saying, that's a great deal.
That's a steal. Like, I mean, that's a very good deal.
But I don't know if they sell a Zen 5 of that yet.
They might overseas, though.
It's
a VivoBook. It's a VivoBook S15.
Yeah.
Zen, it's Ryzen 9. Yeah, Ryzen 9. They're all Ryzen 9s, right? AMD Ryzen 9.
Yeah, but there are older Ryzen 9s.
Yeah, they are. That's right. Even if it is older, I still think that's a pretty good deal, though. I think for £740, I mean, we don't know the UK market that well. I talked about this before, that we're actually, as we expand, UK is one of our top 4 international locations that we plan to expand to next year for the site. We're planning to have people locally in the UK who are responsible for the deals there, because we want to make sure they're in line with the prices you're regularly seeing. But that, to me, looks pretty good. It does look like a good deal. I'll move on here. There's some great ones. Yoga Pro 9i versus Pro P16, same RAM, same graphics. We know these very well, but different processors and screens. Use cases like gaming and learning and programming. Look, you know, the main difference is that they do have different screens, right? The main light gaming and learning to program, which is the great use case for these. So first of all, if you're buying a Pro Art P16 or Yoga Pro 9i for learning to code and light gaming, you're going to love them. Here's the difference. The Yoga Pro 9i has a faster refresh rate display, which is going to help in gaming. I don't know what games you're playing. It is a mini LED, and there is some like gray to gray is not as snappy as you're going to find with other displays. But then again, the graphics card on this is not going to really drive such high frame rates anyway. But you know, you might see some complaints about the gray to gray on a mini LED on the Yoga Pro 9i. I personally, we've tested it here. It's not that bad. I think it's a bit overblown. But just be aware of that. The Yoga Pro 9i, though, in general, its display, the mini LED one, is much better than the Pro Arts. It's just brighter, and that's going to help. You can use it in many more environments than the Pro Arts. Pro Art it's like 360 nits. It's bright enough for indoors, but not, even a bright indoor room, I find myself like not quite finding it bright enough.
Smashing the brightness
Yeah,
button.
but I'm very sensitive to brightness. Some people aren't. There's people who run their laptops a little bit lower brightness. If that's you, it's great. I would say also that you know, the Yoga Pro 9i is a much bigger and heavier machine, and it looks uglier. The Pro Art looks slim, and she's using the Pro Art PX13. The Pro Art 16 is a bigger version of this. It looks super nice compared to the Yoga Pro 9i. It really depends on, the main thing I would say is, if you can handle the 60 hertz of the display and the lower brightness of the P16, get that. Otherwise, get the Yoga Pro 9i. That's my 2 cents.
We got 2 more paid chats, but I know there were some other questions you
Let's do the Pro chats first.
Okay. I like your name, Grocery List. That's a fun name.
For programming, M4 32 gig, this would be the base model if they're getting 32 gig, because that's one of the only ones that can get 32 gig. M4 Pro 12 core 48 or M4 Pro 12 core 24. There's only a £300 difference between the M4 32 and the M4 Pro 48. Well, you've got very different laptops here. my 2 cents, it depends what programming you're doing, because every programmer programs something a bit different, right? If you're doing basic web apps, I think 24 gig and up is going to be fine. You know, as a programmer, if you're going to keep your laptop for like 5 years and you don't quite know what you're doing in the future, I do kind of err on the side of caution. Now, as getting more RAM, it really depends on your budget, right? Like, I want to be clear. And I talked about this in my MacBook video, the M4 base model has 10 cores. The M4 Pro 12 model has 12 cores. You might think there's a 20% performance increase. Absolutely not. It's like a 50% performance increase or 45%, because the M4 Pro 12 core has more performance cores versus efficient compared to the base. It also has faster memory. There is a big step up going from M4 base to M12. Now, M4 base is around the same level as the M3, last year's Pro 12 core, which is a powerful CPU. All of these are powerful enough for programming. I mean, look, it really, I hate to say it, it depends what your budget is. I think this is a budget question. I think it depends on your programming and your budget. All are going to be, and I'm sorry, apology, I'm really looking at the question. It's M4 base 32 gig, M4 Pro 12 core, which is, as I said, 45 to 50% faster, 24 gig, or M4 Pro 12 core 48 gig. Obviously, the 48 gig is going to be better. When you're spending this much money, I think you really got to look at what you're coding. There has been, and I'll just speak about I coded professionally for probably like 15 years, right? There were very few instances where 24 gig wouldn't be enough, but I'll give you some examples, okay? When I was doing back-end app dev and I was testing concurrency, I would want to spawn a ton of fake clients who were going to connect to my dev server, my app server. And each one of them, when they connect to the app server, is using a specific amount of memory, which I was monitoring. And to test concurrency, I'd want to test like maybe 20 or 100 of them connecting to the app server at the same time. That chews up a hell of a lot of memory, okay? So in that case, 48 gig would have been better. Another good example was if you're doing simulations, like I wrote a custom Monte Carlo simulation, which is kind of like a recursive model that has to have a lot of data in memory to parse. That again, having 48 gigs would help. So if you think you're going to get into that kind of stuff, then 48 gig, M4 Pro, 12 core, yeah, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be a good idea. It's going to be a blocker if you don't. But if you're just doing basic, say, web dev, and that's your plan, I think the 24 gig M4 Pro 12 core is what I would personally get. I think the M4 base model with 32 gig, I would only get that if the expense of, and it seems like the person doesn't find it that much difference, the extra 300 pounds is a lot, because that's the step up from the M4 32 gig. It's kind of like that, to me, you would get it for the same reason as getting the 48 gig, where you just need more memory, right? But it's just not as good an option. So that just depends on how much the price difference matters to you. So I really think it's a question of, if you're doing just web dev, you're not going to get into those kind of examples of coding I just gave you. Like another good example, if you're running lots of VMs on your machine, you'll want more memory. If you're not going to hit those more memory scenarios, the 24 gig is totally fine for coders with the M4 Pro 12 core. That's what I'd get. If you are going to run out of memory, or you're worried about memory significantly, you really think you're going to hit those scenarios I just mentioned, try for the 48 gig. But if that's too expensive, the M4 32 gig is fine. Sorry, long-winded answer.
No, that's okay. We missed a super chat from Grocery List, so I'm going to go back to that real quick.
Sure.
Lenovo Yoga Slim 7i Aura 256V, so the Lunar Lake, 16 gigs, 1 terabyte, at $100 at Best Buy, the one that you were saying multiple times today that we really like that deal, versus the HP OmniBook Ultra with the 365 chip for $949 on HP.
We got to update that. That's a fantastic deal.
That's a great deal on
that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We need to get that onto the site right now.
Yeah. So we're going to check that, but that's a great deal. I think the question would be, if you want more performance, you'd want to go for the Zen 5. Yep, it's from HP's site directly. Yeah, if you want more performance, I would go for the Zen 5.
It's a huge step. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about a Cinebench to go of around what, 650 for the Aura to about, you're talking 600 to about 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So what, 40%? Yeah.
Well, it's more like, I mean, it's more than that. It's like almost double.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 70,
thinking
80%.
backwards. Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge step up in performance. I have to say, I think you would get the OmniBook Ultra. I think this changes a lot of stuff today. I mean, I know,
yeah. Anybody that was asking about programming laptops around 1,000, that would be the programming laptop for around 1,000. We would suggest.
absolutely. This is because before we were drawing people's attention. Let's bring it up on screen so people can see OmniBook Ultra from HP. We're updating the site right now, so hang tight.
Top left.
If you want to buy it, we'd love it if you used our link. That would be super helpful. We're going to bring it up. So this is a special deal on HP, $949. It's this one here, 16 gig of RAM. Hang on, this is not the
No,
the
it's
Ryzen
that
one.
one.
Okay,
Yep.
it's this one. Wow, that is a great deal.
Yep.
But how much memory is it?
16 and 1 terabyte.
Yeah, but you can probably upgrade it to 32 for that. Oh, there's no customize here. Okay. I would say for coders, it's a good one. I'd be careful though, because
Because of the 16 gigs.
yeah, I think this Yoga Pro, you got a bigger, for coders, I'd still prefer this one because you got the bigger screen, the 14.5 inch.
And the more RAM, yeah.
And the more memory, and the keyboard's more comfortable. I'd still coders, if you can afford to go this one. I think Sierra's right. Coders, it's a good one, but it's like one level down. But it's much better than this one here is one level down than the Yoga Pro here. Coders should get this one if they want a Windows laptop. Else get this one. But it's still much better than the what was it? The Slim 7i Aura edition.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, so this person said for home and office use and media. So if you want the bigger screen, yeah, the Aura is technically a bigger screen, but I would say it's not so significantly different. And if you end up wanting to do any like hobby work, like creative work or anything like that, it would be nice to have the better processor just in case. Like photoshopping a family photo or something like that. Like it'd be nice to have a little bit stronger of a machine for that. And that's a good deal on it. But you'd probably be happy with either. It's just the Ultra is a better machine.
Yeah, I think you hit it well. I think the other thing as well is the OmniBook Ultra. It's actually, it looks a bit boring, but then so does the Aura as well. I think the other thing I'm just trying to think is the Aura edition does have a more comfortable keyboard than the OmniBook Ultra, but OmniBook Ultra has a low travel keyboard. It's 1mm, you notice it, but the more I use the OmniBook Ultra, which is, sorry, I'll bring up the right one on screen, the more I actually enjoyed using it. Yeah, I think I personally would get this one.
Yeah.
Even for that use case of light use, it's just so much, this is such a better processor.
Yeah. It's going to be snappier. It's going to be, yeah.
Now, oh, it is a 2.2K display. Let's be careful of that display. That might be a naughtiness that they're tricking us. No, it's a decent,
It's a decent display.
Yeah, it's not super high resolution, but it's decent.
The Gaming Pastor asks...
Is that really the name? That's a great name.
I know,
what
it's a great
name.
Hello, I'm an everyday casual user. The Surface Laptop 7 13 is $899, and the Galaxy Book 4 Edge 14 is $799. Which one do you think is the better deal? I think the Surface, but
Okay.
that's me.
The Surface or...
Or the Galaxy Book 4 Edge 14 that we didn't like. The Snapdragon, I
Yeah,
assume.
so we have... Let's just grab them. Why not? We got them right here. We somehow ended up owning one of these Galaxy Books. We have one right here.
Oh, yeah.
Versus the Surface. Look, they're both nice laptops. I think the build quality is very similar. So here's the Surface here. Here's the Galaxy Book 4. I've got to make sure I don't spill coffee on these laptops. But I think the build quality is better. I think the Surface is a better looker. Just the color, it looks more vibrant. Which Samsung was it? Was it the Snapdragon one? It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's I assume that they're talking about the Snapdragon because it's $799. So,
yeah. And it's the Galaxy Book 4 Edge. It is the Snapdragon one.
Which I'll check if that deal's on the site.
Yeah, so here's what you're going to notice. It's a good deal. It is a good deal.
Yep.
It is a good deal. It is worth buying. I think that the main thing that I would notice, there's a couple of things that you're going to notice first. The one I'm holding over here, the Surface Laptop 7. Firstly, all of these Samsungs have low travel keyboards, and unlike the OmniBook, you really do feel it. It's not the most comfortable keyboard. The Surface's keyboard is much more comfortable.
Oh, someone asked us to explain low travel, so maybe on
Oh
that
yeah,
note.
yeah. Guys, so low travel keyboard. See my hand here? This would be a zero travel keyboard. It just feels like you're typing on a desk, right? Because there's 0 millimeters of key. The keys don't move up and down, right? The travel means how much the keys move up and down. Generally, the more they move up and down, the longer, the deeper it is, the more comfortable it feels, generally speaking. Just so you know, 1 millimeter of key travel or less is considered low travel, so you start to notice your keys bottoming out, like you feel it hitting the bottom, right? Generally, a good keyboard, a comfortable one's probably going to be about 1.3 millimeters of travel and up, maybe 1.4. That just gives you that extra, it just feels a bit more comfortable and softer. Now, that being said, the spring mechanism can be different. There's other factors at play too, and that's why, like the OmniBook's keyboard at 1 millimeter, it does feel low travel, but it's not as uncomfortable as other low travel keyboards. So this one, the keyboard definitely feels low travel. This is the Samsung Galaxy Book 14. And we're comparing it versus the Surface Laptop 7, which I have over here, the blue one. So the keyboard feels worse than the Surface, noticeably so. The trackpad is also mechanical and just doesn't feel as premium or accurate as the haptic trackpad on the Surface. The next one I would say is I have found that there is occasional fan noise on all the Samsung laptops, even with Snapdragon. Occasional. It's very soft. You'll only hear it in a quiet room, but it does happen, and they can feel a little warmer. The Surface does feel warm at times too, but I think the Surface is just more comfortable, mainly because of the keyboard and trackpad. Now, where this wins, and also the Surface looks better, is obviously it has a slightly bigger screen. It's got a 14-inch panel versus the 13.5 inches of the Surface. So it does have a bigger panel. I personally prefer the Surface, but it's really up to you about how fussy you are about keyboard and trackpad as to whether this one is okay. I personally find the Surface, you've got to think about it like this, like who's going to use a Snapdragon laptop? You're not buying them for video editing, you're not buying them for gaming, you're buying them for basic casual use. So you're going to be using the keyboard and the trackpad a lot, right? You're browsing the web, working on Office documents, and I find because of that, the Surface is more comfortable, but I think this is, it's a valid buy at its price tag. At its MSRP, it's not a valid buy, but at its price tag, it is. So that's that one.
So someone asked if the Tough for with a 4070 is a good deal for $999, and I was just gonna hop in and say, yeah, that's about normal price for, I would say, the Toughs, but for the 4070 version, that is a better deal.
$999?
Yeah.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, for a 4070.
Which Tough is this? The 15?
16 inch, yeah. The one that we reviewed, I believe it's similar to the one we reviewed in our budget roundup. It's not exactly the same because it's not the F16. But in general, we actually like the Tough range. We think they do a pretty good job.
That's not on the website. We should have
it. It is not. I already messaged Kayam about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing out that deal to us. The Tough range was actually Taylor's favorite. So in that big budget roundup where we awarded the Predator Helios Neo 16 most of the awards in that roundup, the Tough actually got runner-up in a lot of places, and it performed better than the Neo. So good deal. Definitely a good deal. We'll add it to the website.
Yeah.
But we like the Tough, and it did better with like fan noise and stuff in its performance modes.
Yeah, and just on that, you know, if you wouldn't mind waiting for us to add it to the website, that'd be appreciated, because the website is how we're able to fund the growth of the channel. It definitely helps. That's not why we built the website, but any one of our links is something that is going to contribute to us continuing to grow and build this business, and it's important. So if you can, please buy via the website or one of our links. That is greatly appreciated. If you want to do something a little more, become a patron, subscriber, or YouTube member. If you can't do any of that, say you're overseas or you just don't have the money to do that, no problems. If you wouldn't mind just getting subscribed, that would be very helpful too. Someone asked about, can we get some love for European deals? I just want to be clear on this. I'm a big believer that if we're going to do something, we've got to do it well. And next year we are expanding to Europe and India in terms of the website. And Canada. It'll be Germany, UK, India, and Canada. Big focus. To do that well, we really need to have people local in those markets who know the deals. So we're actually going to be adding people locally to the team who can cover those markets because, you know, as I said, our website does not include every deal. Like we are very carefully looking at these laptops, say, is it good? At what price is it good? And we're manually keying this kind of stuff in. So there's a lot of love that has to go into, you know, having a website like ours and doing it well. So when we go international, again, I want to do it well. So next year is the year we're really going to focus on giving love to some of these, to our non-US viewers. Big focus area for the whole business and the channel. Big focus area, but it's going to happen next year, and that's, you'll see it when you come into the site. It'll automatically set you to Europe. For days like today, we'll probably do an EU stream separate to the US stream.
Well, to be fair, Black Friday is kind of a U.S. thing, but yeah. Fun fact, if you don't know why it's called Black Friday, it's because it's usually the day in the year that retailers and other e-commerce platforms go into the black from the red. Like that's the concept behind Black Friday.
Very astute.
Yeah.
And someone is saying would love to be a part of the India team. If you will, just keep track. We're currently doing work on the site to do this. It's probably about 3 months off. Once we've done that, we're going to post a community post on YouTube and Discord, inviting people to be part of the team who will represent the different locales looking for deals. So that's very generous of you, really appreciate it. So just hang tight for that. That's probably going to come around Q2, quarter two, like April, May timeframe next year when we'll be doing that. Yeah, and let's see what else we got. Who's spamming?
Oh.
Oriental is spamming. We're trying to avoid spammers. So if someone keeps spamming, we're
not going to answer it.
Yeah, so we're gonna hold off. Anyone who spams, either you're going to see your comments deleted or ignored, because we got to be fair with everyone.
Grocery List asked a follow-up to their super chat. They asked, does the Lenovo Slim 7i Aura or HP OmniBook have a better display or better build quality? Which I believe the answer is, I was checking the specs. I don't remember the display on the Aura.
I remember.
I think the display on the Aura is better.
Yeah. It's significantly better on the Aura. What you will notice on the OmniBook, and I'll bring it up here. So here, you've got a 2240 by 1400 resolution. This is one of the things I didn't like about the OmniBook, and this is the non-flip. The non-flip has a very good display. It has an okay display, but one of the things I didn't like about the OmniBook, where did the resolution go? We lost specs when we increased the size. This screen this resolution is barely above 1920 by 1200. Now, it's just not going to be, you get much, and I'm referring to the pixel density, like how crisp things and sharp things look on screen. So on a 14-inch screen, this does not look overly sharp. I didn't find it like horrible, but it didn't look overly sharp. Also, you only got a 400 nit display. Now, when we flip over to the Aura Edition, the Aura Edition has a bigger display. It has a fast refresh rate display. I believe this is only 60 Hertz. I don't think the OmniBook, I got very angry about that, has a fast refresh rate display. So the Aura does have a fast refresh rate display. Do you want to just check its brightness in our...
Oh, in our sheet, yeah.
Yeah, just...
For the Ultra?
The Aura Edition.
Oh, Aura, yes.
The Aura, I believe, is brighter. It has a higher pixel density. It's a larger display, and it's a fast refresh rate. It's a
over 500 nits brightness.
Yeah. Pixels density is like, it's got
a 2880 by 1800, which is a standard high resolution instead of just like slightly higher.
Yeah. And it is a fast refresh rate. I'm sure of that. I mean, so the Aura, if you're looking at this laptop, which is on a great sale today, I think the only reason to get the OmniBook. The reason you would get the OmniBook over the Slim 7i Aura Edition is if you want more processing power, because the OmniBook Ultra is much more powerful with its AMD processor. Yes. You would get that if you're like a programmer, right? But I think in programmers can use the Aura Edition too. It's more of a very base level in terms of its processor, right? But the Aura Edition, this laptop has a better display. Absolutely. If you're doing like casual tasks, definitely get the Aura Edition. If you can handle it's a bigger laptop, right? It's a 15.3 inch, I believe, display. That being said, it is quite compact. You'd be surprised how small it is. I think we have someone somewhere. I'll try and find it in a second. I think that might be it right there. The thin one right there on the bottom of the 3.
Oh, this is the Slim 7i?
I think it could be.
I think it might be as well.
We don't have the OmniBook Ultra in. I think we sent it back.
Yep.
But here is, this is the Slim 7i Lunar Lake. And we might grab a 14-inch. What's that one? What's that one there? Is that the Flip or the Spectre?
I think it's the Flip.
Oh, no, it might be an older one. Maybe this is the Envy.
Oh, it could be an Envy.
Yeah. Hang on, look, grab. Do you want me to grab that one, Sierra? I'll grab it.
Oh, because you're trying to go for the Flip, right?
Yeah. I think it's good to show. So this is the Flip. It's a 14-inch one. It's similar. The OmniBook Ultra is actually a little bit bigger than this one. And so here is the Flip versus the 15.3. So if you imagine the OmniBook Ultra, it's kind of in between. It's probably about there. It's a little bit in between. So it's almost the size of the 15-inch Slim 7i. The Slim 7i is actually quite small. So it does have a much better display. I think it's just more useful because of that display. So it's only if you need the more processing power, say you really, I'd say programmers will probably want the OmniBook Ultra, but it depends what you're coding. If you're doing basic web apps, this is going to be fine too.
There's a ProArt. Michael is telling us that there's a ProArt PX13 open box deal for $12.33 on Best Buy. Nobody else buy it? That's for me. Sorry. that one's for me.
Very fair.
Oh no,
that's
I'm
quite
just kidding.
funny.
But we'll add it. We'll get that added.
Yeah.
If it's available, let me
That's quite funny. She wants it.
I do. I'll take an open box. Best Buy. And thank you guys so much for telling us the deals that are available that we're not seeing.
Absolutely. It helps keep us up to date on the site. It matters. It's really helpful, guys. Because we want this to be the hub for laptop buying, right? We want it to be the go-to place where you think, I want to buy a laptop, this is the place to go. And we love having, and you can, by the way, if you see this down here, find a better deal. We even have a link you can click here to put the better deal in. So you can tell us and we can update the site, because we want this to be the easiest place for you guys to go to, and you find everything. And by the way, we keep showing you Black Friday laptop deals. I wouldn't just browse by here. You'll actually find more laptops if you go recommended tech and choose the kind of laptop you're looking for, right? You'll find more than what we just have there. Like if you click best laptop for programmers, here's the OmniBook right there, right? You'll find more laptops. And also pay attention to this, our favorites at a price we love. This is not automated. For every laptop that's added here, we have a discussion as a team what price range we think is a must buy if it's good for this use case. And down here, have a look at the gray at a fair price, right? So the top is hey, just buy it. Buy it, buy it, buy it. The next one is at a fair price, and what you'll notice is some programming laptops, we're in the programming list right now, will drop off. You won't even see them here. And that's because they're not at a price we feel is viable to buy. So this is manually done. The prices for some retailers are automated via APIs. But in terms of what we think you should buy it at is based on our own testing, our own real use and discussing as a team of how it compares to others. And that's why when I said expanding internationally, it's a big effort, right? To do what I just described, we have to have a team behind that.
Yep, the 4050 version is on sale for $1,200, and the 4060 version is $1,800.
I have something to tell people.
Oh.
We've talked a bit about battery life of the Surface Laptop 7 during this feed. Have a guess, guys. I want to see some comments. How much battery life is remaining? We've been running this for 3 hours, Surface Laptop 7 from full charge. And all it's been doing is just sitting here, just casual tasks, right? I'm just helping to communicate with the team to help update deals. That's all it's been doing. What do you think is battery remaining? I just showed people. Freak. I just showed people. Done. Done. That's so silly. I was hoping to, yeah. But people are saying 73%, 72% battery remaining. Nope, 48%. That's what I told you guys. The Surface Laptop 7 and all these Snapdragon laptops, but in particular the Surface Laptop 7, their battery life does not last as long as you would think in real world use. The Surface Laptop 7 has a smaller battery than some of the other Snapdragons, so it's even worse, but 48%. So you can see, if I'm just using this constantly with the screen on, and the screen is on full brightness, it's only about 6 hours, okay? So it's Yeah, someone said a Mac would do better. Absolutely. A Mac, you're probably getting about 8 hours, at least 9 hours for similar use case.
Did you see the yellow super chat? It was nice. It was just them being nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
They
Thank
said,
you.
thank you for always considering multiple budgets. As a professional, it can be difficult to find good YouTube information on machines beyond the budget or mid-tier level, which is kind of interesting. I feel like I hear the opposite feedback pretty
Yeah,
often, but
yeah.
but we do consider multiple budgets because there are sometimes people will ask us, "What's your recommendation?" No budget limit, and we're like, well, if you a MacBook maybe, or
Yeah,
whatever,
the ProArt or
ProArt,
something,
yeah, G16, but I think there are some people out there that it's like, yeah, I want the best machine possible, and I'm willing to spend what that takes. And other people that are like, I have $500.
Yeah, so I want to ask someone here, someone at a good, hey Josh, the Zephyrus G14 2024 hot on casual tasks. I'm planning to buy it, but I'm unsure if it's a deal breaker. Could you share your thoughts? Well, your husband has one of them, and
The G14, yes.
yeah, and we have one here that I've used quite a bit. G14 is, I wouldn't say it's hot for casual use. It's just warm. It's always warm.
Yep.
It's just it's funny because like normal laptops, like say the Predator Helios Neo 14, which is one of my favorite gaming laptops, it's pretty cool in casual tasks, but then in gaming it's very hot. The G14's range is more like this.
Yes.
It doesn't change as much during gaming, but in light use, it's just warm, and you will notice it. It's not hot, but it's warm. It is warm.
And there's some people that like that. We've actually heard some people be like, hey, I live in a colder climate, and I kind of like having a warm feeling laptop, and that's a unique perspective to hear, but
Yeah.
it is always warm. The other day, I was talking to my husband about it. I'm like, hey, I like the G14, but this, and this. And he's like, yep, that's the case. It's just always a little warm.
Yoga Pro 7, 14-inch. So this is the older version of the Pro 7 with Zen 4. 8845 HS. Oh, this is the one. There's a Costco deal on this, I believe, with the RTX 3050 for $900. Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for $900. Yeah, this is the one. It has. So the new Yoga Pro 7 doesn't have dedicated graphics. The Zen 5 one, at least the model that's in the US right now. This is it here. It just launched in the US. It's a great price. Even though it doesn't seem like it's on sale, it's actually still a good price. It's Zen 5, so it's a good step up from Zen 4, but it doesn't have dedicated graphics. I think for that price, $900 with dedicated, even though it's a 3050, still good.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good deal.
How much is MacBook Pro M2 Pro 16-inch brand new cost? Well, you can't really get it brand new, mate, anymore. Could be, how many years could it be used? The M2 Pro 16-inch, M2 Pro, he hasn't said if it's, I'm assuming it's the M2 Pro chip in the 16-inch. It depends on your use case. Honestly, if you're just doing casual use on it, easy 5 years. I think 5 years is a fair time frame, honestly. I'm always hesitant to say like 8 years on a laptop because so much changes. But yeah, that's a difficult question because I don't know the use case. In my country, Yoga Pro 7 with RTX 4050, oh yeah, an OLED and Core Ultra 7 155H, good for $1,300. Yep, that's good for that price. Is it a good deal for programming and a bit of gaming? Yeah, it is. The one thing that I would say about this one, and I'm talking about Jaden, the Ultra 7 155H was a pretty, I use the term, it was an uninspiring processor. So if you think about the new Ryzen Zen 5, not Ryzen 9 Zen 5 chips, the HX 370, 375, 365, they're like, certainly the 370, 375, they're like 2 levels above the Ultra 7. They're more like a level above the Ultra 9. Ultra 7, funnily enough, in multi-core, it doesn't perform a ton better than Lunar Lake in multi-core, but it chews up a lot more power to do so. It's not a great processor, but then again, the 4050 isn't a great graphics either, so they're kind of paired okay. I just don't want your CPU holding back your GPU, but here it shouldn't be. They're kind of paired appropriately. I think $1,300 for that is a good price. I do. It's a compact laptop, the Yoga Pro 7. It's got a good display. You know, I think that's a very fair deal. What else we got?
Someone was asking about a 15-inch, like just the best deal we have on a 15-inch for basic home office use, accounting, finance.
I mean, we've covered this a gazillion times on the channel. It has to be the one we just
The Slim 7i Aura?
It just has to be. I don't know where we put
agree.
it back behind us.
We put it back behind us.
I'll bring it up. I mean, just go here. Black Friday deals. It's the Slim 7i Aura. It's a fantastic deal right now. $1,000. This has Intel's latest processor. It gives you good battery life, better than the Surface I have here. The display is great. It's 15 inches. You know, it's quite compact for that. $1,000. This is a great, one of the better deals on today. There's quite a few good deals on today, actually, but maybe let's just take a break and go through the good deals we've seen.
Yeah.
Right? So here are the best deals I think that we like so far today. The VivoBook 14 for $200. Obviously, very basic laptop, but it punches well above its weight for the price. We like that laptop. The Aero 13 at $649, we like that. Then we want to jump. What was the one we found at $700, which we liked better? It was the OmniBook. Was it the OmniBook? I don't see that still. Let's just jump to the next one.
We haven't added the OmniBook Ultra yet.
I think. Oh, he's adding it now. There's a great deal.
That one's $949.
Yeah, at HP on the OmniBook Ultra here, which has the Ryzen Zen 5 processor, $949. Do you want to just message him and just having that added? That should be added for programmers for sure.
Yeah.
And I'd say, well, mainly programmers. That's another good one. Then we like, the next one we like on the Black Friday deals, we found the Surface Laptop 7 for $899 for sure. We like that one. There is a good MacBook Air with 16 gig of RAM, 256 gig. This is a pretty decent deal, the Air 15 with M3, 16 gig of RAM, 256 gig. We like the Slim 7i Aura Edition. That's a good deal.
He said he's already added it. It's just
just waiting for the cache to refresh. Then there was the Predator. There's two good Predator deals going on around right now. Here's the newer Neo 16. I think he's used the wrong. No, this is the older one. We're waiting for the cache to refresh for that one. I will bring it up. There's a Predator. This Predator is a good deal with a 4060 4900HX.
Maybe we should just go through some other, and this is something we would do anyway, go through some of the Best Buy, Walmart, whatever, and see what they have just on their front pages. Like
yeah, we can. Do you want to start that? And I'll, if you find anything, I can bring it up on screen.
Yeah.
I'll keep going down the list. The Predator Helios Neo 14 is our first 4070 gaming laptop. That's a very good deal with 32 gig of RAM. That's an excellent deal. Spectre 14, there's actually a refurbished model at Best Buy, which is going super cheap. See, here's the refurbished model, Spectre 14, 568. And what we'll do a community post after this with all the deals we found, but this is a great deal. Act fast, only one left at a nearby store. Whoever buys this for $530 is going to be very happy. That's fantastic. Then the next deals that we like, all the MacBook Pros with M4 are right now on great deals. They're brand new, they're fantastic. They're all just great deals, $200 off, $250, $300, $400. The one I'm going to buy the M4 Max. It's like $400 off, great deal. And then we found the RTX 4080. If you're really into gaming, the Legion Pro 7i, not the 4090, but the 4080 is pretty cheap at under $2,000. So that's a great one. So those are some of the best deals we've found so far today. Any of those are like sweet.
The Envy is going for less than $600 with 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs of storage, the 2-in-1. That's their more budget line, but it's actually like a decent price, I would say, for...
Yeah, we had one back there.
This is a doorbuster deal. So that's a decent price on that.
I'll bring it up for people to see. I want to keep these ones open because these are great deals. NB.
Yeah, it's the NB 2-in-1 14-inch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a full HD. You know, it's around, I think it's very similar to your Aero that you like.
Yeah,
but this has
agree.
Quattro 7. Your Invo has Zen 4. They're kind of like fit neck and neck.
Yeah. I see the Victus on sale with not NVIDIA. I wouldn't love that for a gamer, but if you're like, I absolutely have to get a gaming laptop, that's under $500. That's a pretty good deal for just a gaming laptop.
Oh, but that's got the Ryzen graphics. But that Ryzen graphics isn't too bad.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's basically better than not having it. That's like a decent deal. I'm seeing that on
I think we should add that to the site for sure for gaming. I'm going to ask Karen to add that.
Okay.
Is it this one I've got on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's that one. The IdeaPad 1. This is like one of those budget laptops.
The one thing that worries me about the Victus, it's only 8 gig of memory, but I think it has replaceable memory, does it? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Do you want to just check?
Yeah, we'll check that.
This was good idea to do this, Sierra. This is good.
It says the RAM is not soldered to the motherboard.
Okay, that's good.
According to Best Buy.
Because this one you would want, oh, but that's Best Buy. Do you want to check Notebook Check? Because this one, you will definitely want to be upgrading memory to 16 gig in the gaming laptop for sure.
HP support community also says.
Guys, we've been going at this for 3 hours. You guys owe us some love here. Come on, let's get let's get the subscriber numbers up. We have come on, let's make it happen, guys. Yeah, we've been up this. Anyone who's not subscribed, get subscribed. Come on, show us some love.
Yeah, if you're enjoying hanging out with us,
yeah,
might as well.
So let's definitely get those subscriber numbers up, guys. Make it happen.
That's an interesting question. Haptic trackpad on a gaming laptop. I cannot think of one.
I can't either.
Well, that's probably because people don't use the trackpads on gaming laptops.
That's fair. It's not a worthy investment, is it?
Yeah.
For a laptop manufacturer, it's not something most people would.
Sorry, you're out of luck, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if you're talking about best trackpad on a gaming laptop, I personally find the Asus ones. Well, this is the Pro Art, but they've got the same kind of trackpad. G14, G16, the Zephyrus. They, I think, have the best trackpads for gaming laptops. My 2 cents. I know people will claim the Razers do, but I find their click is like really hard to press. I don't love the Razer trackpad, so that's my 2 cents if you're looking for a good one.
What do we think of this? Of just like...
No.
Yeah, no?
Oh, that's a tough one, isn't it? I guess it's okay.
It's one of those like budgety ones. It's like a barely a laptop, but at least it's got 16 gigs.
I'm going to bring it up so people can see what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Somewhat debating. It's this one.
IdeaPad 1.
I know. This one is so freaking bad, this laptop. What worries me, I want to drill into it because you're saying the 279.
That's a different one.
Here it is here with 16 gig, right?
Mm-hmm.
What worries me a lot about this one, and we're about to see it, is the display was so... We got one of these in, guys. The display was freaking terrible. It was so bad.
I believe it.
Yeah, let me just check the specs on this one. I don't know because they're not... I want to see the resolution. Because it's got good RAM, which helps, the good amount of memory, but I want to see the screen.
1920 by 1080.
Yeah, this could be a decent one. Just be aware, I believe this is a cheaper screen. It might even be a TFT panel. We had an IdeaPad 1 and 3 in this year. They were just awful. But look, it's $279. You're getting 16 gig of RAM. It's hard to turn down. I think we should add this one to the site too.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is good, Sierra, looking through.
I'm mostly just looking at their doorbusters, and the reason I'm doing that is because their doorbusters are the ones that are just available today, and I think they're more likely to be actual good deals. What we were seeing with a lot of the early Black Friday deals, the ones that were available before today, we were seeing a lot of sales that are good, but not necessarily so special or out of proportion for the normal sales. That's part of where our website's price tracker can help you like gauge what the most common price is and how often you see those sale prices. So
you can find it. You just click the price tracker here, guys. Mm-hmm. That's where you'll find it. Or if you click into the laptop itself, and hopefully these, and by the way, these pros and cons, we've actually handwritten them. These are not like stuff we just copied from manufacturers.
Right.
But you can see the price tracker here, right?
Mm-hmm. The LOQ is on sale for $600 with the 3050. That's not a great deal.
No, that's not good. It's cheap, but it's not going to be great for gaming, that's for sure. And you've got a big, heavy gaming laptop with a terrible graphics card, so yeah, that's not great.
A 4070 in a Strix G17 for $1,200.
A 4070 in a Strix, what is it?
G17 for $1,200. That's not bad.
At Walmart, yeah, that's not bad. Let's bring that one up.
Yeah, people would be happy with a Strix for that price. I don't think we've reviewed the G17 specifically.
No, we've done the 18 and the 16.
It doesn't look like that's the deal.
Oh, wow.
I went through their Black Friday deals.
Their site is really hard to...
That's part of why I like our site too, is that it's easier to search and find things. Like,
yeah.
in my
Here's the
experience.
Strix G18. That's the one
No,
Taylor
that's
likes.
not the right one. Oh, it's this one.
But let me check what graphics this has before we jump away from here. Which one is it?
That one, yeah.
Okay. So we're just going through the deals, guys, to take out what we can find. What graphics does this have? 4070. No, that's...
That's a decent deal for that. We were talking about the
okay.
Neo
It's okay.
14
It's a big
being a
one.
good deal at...
What display does it have? It's such a big laptop. It has... I want to see the display. And then we'll get back to some questions because we haven't asked questions for a while. Where's the display? I just can't see the freaking display.
I'm looking for
No, 250 nit display. We are not adding that to the side. This is an example. It might look good where you can see us like manually deciding what goes on the side. Not 250 nits display, guys. That's just dreadful. That's
yeah,
really
if you're going to
bad.
be, especially if you're going to get that bigger screen, you want it to be a nice screen that you're using because you probably don't have a monitor at home. Like...
And this one, 1,900 for a 4070, no thanks, with 16 gig of RAM. Even though the RAM's upgradable, no thank you. I know it's a Strix card, but it's the G18. Yeah,
That's
no.
not worth it.
Yes, that's a no. So Walmart needs to do better here. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, I'll keep looking at Walmart for a minute. But Best Buy's doorbusters seem to be pretty decent, most of those.
Let's have a look. Jared's Tech mentioned there's a LOQ at Walmart with a 4070. We can have a look at that. Do you want to just check what the price of that? You already had that up, didn't you?
Oh, no, I had a different LOQ up.
We'll have a look. Let's answer some questions. Is there any more? Okay, a donation came in. Will you review the HP EliteBook XG1 in December? Unlikely. The only laptop we're planning to do in December is the new X1 Carbon, if we can get it in time. We've been putting calls out for that for ages. That's with Lunar Lake. And then the Yoga Pro 7. Realistically, this is an HP EliteBook XG1. We're trying to get all the consumer laptops done. So EliteBook isn't a business-facing laptop. The ThinkPads tend to have a better reputation in the consumer side. A lot of consumers still buy them. So I do want to cover more ThinkPads. The EliteBooks, which is HP's brand targeting enterprises, we did get one in. It was quite a nice one last year, an EliteBook. It was really nice. But we just got to grow the channel, guys. And that means to grow the channel, we need more subscribers. We need more people watching the videos. We need more people buying on our website. We need people on Patreon. We need people becoming YouTube members. And just, look, I'll share with you while we're sitting here chilling and whatnot. We're 3 hours and plus into a stream, which is ridiculous. I'll share with you where we're heading. If we grow this to be big enough, I would love that we have like 2 to 3 people who are dedicated to certain topics, and they are the experts for those laptops. Like, let's say we have 3 people who are hardcore gamers. They are the ones who are predominantly testing and reviewing the gaming laptops. Then maybe we have an audio engineer in the channel who's helping with the audio of the channel, but also is our primary person who helps review the audio laptops from an audio engineering perspective. Same goes for people who are working, just standard office jobs. Then those would be reviewing the ThinkPads, the EliteBooks. And I want to be more specialized. I always want to have multiple people who are experts in a certain area so they can share and bounce ideas, because then it's more comprehensive, the reviews. But as we grow, my aim is that we have not just, predominantly right now it's Sierra, Taylor, myself who are testing the laptops, I would say, Ethan occasionally. We'd love to have a core team of 7 or 8 who are testing the laptops, and then we can be more specialized and then we can cover more. So that's where we want to head. But we need your support, guys. Keep smashing it. Tell friends. Get it out there.
Yeah. Really good question. Can you break down the differences between the 365, 370, and 375 chips from the Zen 5 range? They were about to buy the 949 OmniBook Ultra, but now they're all confused. Very valid. This 370 does perform better than the 365.
How much would you say would you have found?
We could probably find a graph or something, but I would say...
I thought it was like 20% or something.
It was like 20% maybe like
less.
15 to 20.
Yeah.
My point would be that it's probably not significant. If you're looking for a performance chip, you're still going to get a pretty good performance out of the 365. The only difference between the 370 and the 375 is the NPU performance for like AI tasks and things.
It's like an NPU is like 50 tops to 55. It's not a huge difference.
Yeah.
So I would treat the HX370 and HX375 as basically the same.
Yeah.
I would treat them as about, are probably, and we can bring up, you know what, let's just do it for you guys. We're going to bring up a chart. Are we connected
I'll
to?
find the old Zen 5, yeah.
Yeah, see if I can connect to the NAS and we'll bring up a chart for you guys. How about that?
I think I'm already connected. Let me find...
I was going to bring it up on screen so people can see our...
Oh, of course, of course.
Where is...
It will be an old...
one of our videos we just did. No, the Mac one had the nice... I'm thinking about the scatter plot because that has them, right?
Oh, yeah.
So let's bring up the scatter plot. Good Lord, which graph was it in?
Yeah, I can check first for you.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, let me make sure I'm in there. We're going to bring it up and we're going to go through that. So we're going through the Zen 5 processes is what we're doing, guys, for you. Oh, hang on. This one might even have it. Did we put it in the...
It should be in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'll bring up this one. Okay. So here is the chips. Okay, so we're going to bring it up. I'm going to full screen it for you. So first of all, we'll go through the chips, okay? So if you look here, Ryzen...
They're probably seeing this one.
No. They're seeing the whole thing. That's... Oh, how do we get rid of that then? Okay, you guys... Oh, that's fine. I'll just erase it this way. Okay, so if we go through here, the Ryzen processors are down here in red, okay? So as you can see, the 375 to 370, like Sierra said, they've got the same number of P cores, the same number of E cores. The only difference is that MPU, which you're not seeing here, same max gigahertz. The 365 chip is a little, it's got 10 cores, so 2 less cores. The cores, though, it's got the same number of performance cores, just 2 less efficient cores, and it maxes at 5 gigahertz. You can see they're very similar. They really are very similar. And we'll show you a graph too. Let's get out of this one. Where's the scatter plot? Let's bring it here. Okay. This is our favorite graph, and luckily you can see everything here. So the Ryzen processor, the red, is the AI9. This is the AI9. This is the 370. As I said, the 375 is the same. It's in the Zephyrus G16. You can see it's a good amount faster than the Core Ultra 9. And that Core Ultra 7 155H down here, that's like way below. So you can see it's like that, as I said, it's not a good processor, the Ultra 7 155H. It's like the worst. It's not great. And then you see the Core Ultra 9's a step up. The Ryzen 365 is these red dots you see down here. And then the next Ryzen 9 370 and 375 up here. So, and the way you want to see it, just so you guys, I'm jumping into this graph, you want to see higher performance, which is the vertical axis, and lower wattage. So you can see for the same power draw of 40 watts, the Ryzen HX370 performs significantly better than the Intel Core Ultra 9 for the same draw of 40 watts. So that's why we keep saying AMD's the best. And then these gray and white dots, these are all Apple, right? So Apple is way ahead. It's just not even close how far Apple is ahead. But in the Windows space, Ryzen is the way to go. So hopefully that helped you understand that 365, you can see that is better than the Core Ultra 9, but not quite as good as the HX370. And it's just 2 efficient cores different. It's not a huge difference.
Yeah. We got a paid chat. Currently in between the 14-inch MacBook Pro with the M4 14 core for $20.99 and the M4 Max 14 core for $27.99. I would like more RAM and the extra video encoder, but I'm not sure that it's worth the extra $700.
Between.
So I assume the M4 Pro 14
It's not
core.
worth the extra $700. That's the answer. It's just not. The 14 core. And I'm assuming you mean the 14-core CPU, 20-core GPU, that like just way outperformed. We were shocked how well that did in our video editing tests. It did very, very well. I wouldn't get the M4 Max, particularly don't get it in the 14-inch because you don't get the full performance out of it, especially for video editing, for like a long-running task, like rendering a video, it's a long-running task. It doesn't perform as well as in the 16. You haven't talked about RAM here though. The M4 Max does have more memory as standard. It starts with like 36 gig and it comes with faster memory. That being said, the M4 Pro 14 core is great for video editing. It's a very good one. I would just get that. I would not stress over $700. Here's what you'll find. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. Realistically, you're probably the encoding is going to take quite a bit longer, but it's not like terrible. You're just going to go and do something around the house or the office while it's going on. You know, that's the reality, right? You don't encode, when I say encoding, I'm talking about rendering a video. You're not doing that all the time. So I think that's going to be a bit longer, but overall I wouldn't, $700 is a lot. I would only do that if you can really afford to doing that. And that means that you're like us, right? Like you're a fairly sizable video production studio. You know, you're rendering a lot of videos per week. Sometimes you're rendering them multiple times. You know, you're a more established business and you can afford to spend $700 on that. And obviously it's a tax deduction if you have a business. But for, you know, if it's 700 is a lot, then you'll be fine with the Pro 14 24 gig. Sent another super chat about 10 minutes ago from triple 77 Kush. We're gonna have to roll right back. Triple R. We're trying to catch them all, guys. I'm sorry. Thank you for. I can't pronounce his name. Sad Kadil. We had a new coffee supporter. Yay! Thank you, Pyro.
Okay. Hi, what do you think of the IdeaPad Pro 5i 16 Ultra 7, 32 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte storage, and the Asus ZenBook 15 OLED? I don't know what UM3504DA is.
That's a specific model number that the ZenBooks use. They use these really weird numbers. Yeah.
The VivoBook I said from before is Zen 4, not Zen 5. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Can you do this for us, Triple? Would you mind just putting the exact specs of both? We get the IdeaPad Pro 5i 16. We know this one well, as I just showed you. Ultra 7 is probably the worst of the processors right now in high-powered laptops. And what price? Could you just put the full specs of both with the price of both? That would be very helpful because it's hard for us to kind of give you.
Yeah, and also, what's your use case? What are you doing with the laptop? Just so that we can try to help you as much as possible.
And I just want to take a moment. Pyro joined us as a YouTube member, a coffee supporter. Thank you very much, guys. I don't want anyone to be put out if you can't afford stuff, but if you want to help the channel, it would help to boost those YouTube memberships. So these are like, we have a couple like $2 a month, $5 a month. You know, it's not a big amount. Obviously, I want you guys to handle your finances appropriately, so please don't support us if you can't afford to, no problems. At least get subscribed. But if you can become a YouTube member, please do, or a patron. It certainly helps us grow. And, you know, you can hear that we have a vision, right? We want to have specialists in certain areas representing certain people. We want to do more laptop reviews. We want to do more comparisons. Like this year, we should have done a best video editing laptop video. We didn't get to it. A best interior design and architecture laptop video. We didn't get to it. A best laptop for trading and finance video. We didn't get to it. There was one other, audio engineering and music production. We want to do more. We want to have the site go international. There is so much we want to do. Like, I think there is an opportunity to really make laptop buying and, I've got another cool one for you. Just so much easier. Like, it really shouldn't be as hard as it is, right? It should be, hey, what's my use case? What's my budget? What's the best laptop for me? It's not that hard. And through technology and through the, appropriate testing, we can give you that. There's something cool that I had for you guys, which is coming on the website. We've talked about the website going international. We've talked about this ability to set like price. Hey, I'm watching this laptop. If it drops below this price, send me a text alert, send me an email. We've talked a lot about that. What we haven't talked about, which is the third big feature for the website, which a lot of people are asking for, is the graphs. We've already got this ability to compare, which you click here, you can compare different laptops, and it compares specs and like pros and cons. But what we're planning to do is allow you through that to generate your own graphs, the graphs we use. We're going to put all our data on the site, which you will have access to. Then you can create your own graph list. Hey, how does this one compare to this by CPU performance or GPU performance? That's something that's coming to the website too. So all of your support by telling friends, buying through our links, getting subscribed, being a supporter or a YouTube member, it's called. You become a YouTube member for the site or a patron. All of that stuff really helps us deliver on our goals. So thank you very much, guys. So we had another.
We still haven't heard back from Triple R on the specs of the different ones you're looking at. So just so you know, we are looking for your chat whenever but they did say light gaming and everyday use. In the meantime,
Tough versus LOQ.
yes,
For both with 4070s, one at Best Buy, one at they're very similar price. One's at $100 more.
I think we liked the Tough better.
I think so
between
too.
The two. Yeah.
I think the LOQ was like our third choice, with the Predator Neo 16, the cheaper Predator 16 being a number one, and the fact that it's, I mean, it is $100 more, which is just in line, right? The LOQ is a cheaper laptop, so you're paying $100 less for that 4070. But I think the Tough's a better laptop, I personally think. But I think I'm looking at, it's a $100 difference. Both have 4070s, the Tough being $100 more.
Let me check their processors real quick.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the RAM.
Zen 3 for the LOQ. I think the Tough has a better processor. I think it's a 13th gen.
Oh, no, that's Zen 4. It's 7.4.
Isn't it 3.5?
Am I going bonkers?
I thought the third digit.
Oh, you're probably 74. Hang on, let me just check. I'm going to check.
You know what? Best Buy tells you. Oh, this is not Best Buy. This is Walmart.
You're right. Is it yes, that's right. So Zen 3 then. You're right.
Yeah, Zen 3.
Okay,
and
so that's a very old processor. And what's the other one?
This is the Tough.
Good call. 4070, there it is. I'm going to bring it up so people can see what we're talking about here. So it was Walmart?
Walmart versus Best Buy here. Yes, and this is an i7 13th gen.
Tough 47.
So the Tough is a better deal between the two, I would say.
This is the i7. Which i7 is it?
i7, it doesn't say. But I assume since it's 13th gen, it's like the 11200 or something.
It's the H series 13620. So it's a fairly. Yeah. I think the processor is a little bit better on the Zen 5, on the Tough, I think as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd go the Tough for $100 more is what we'd do. And this is compared to an LOQ, which is like $100 less at Walmart with a 4070. This is a good deal.
Yeah, and I do believe we've added the Tough to our website, by the way, so you can buy from our website with that one.
Okay. Can you just make sure? Do you want to just check with Kyle that it's being added?
He said both have been added.
Okay.
That's why I said that.
How's our subscriber count going, guys? Come on, we are. How long are we doing this? We've been here for 3.5 hours. This thing, the Surface, is almost dead. Oh my God! I tell people it's about 37% battery remaining on the Surface Laptop 7 after 3.5 hours of just casual use. I told you guys it wasn't that good. I told you. I'm bringing up. Let's see how our subscribers counts are going. Oh, guys, get subscribed. We haven't added that many today. We can do better than this. We've added 11,000 subscribers in the last 28 days, so that's good.
Oh, Triple R got back to us.
Okay.
Asus ZenBook 15 OLED with the Zen 3 processor, 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gigs of storage.
Okay.
The VivoBook S15 has 16 gigs of RAM, a terabyte of storage, and it says AMD Ryzen 9.
Can I have a look?
Yeah.
Because it's hard to follow.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
So you got a Zen 3 processor on the VivoBook, which kind of is a bit meh, and it's a U series too, so it's very meh. And then the
It just says Ryzen 9. It doesn't tell us which gen that is.
For the VivoBook?
Yeah, for the VivoBook, it just says Ryzen 9.
We just can't tell. I mean, I'm assuming it's a better processor. The third digit, to Sierra's point, when you look at these Ryzen processors, the older models, the Zen 3, Zen 4, they have like 4 digits in the name, like 7000 series, 8000 series, 4 digits. The third digit, if it's a 3, it's Zen 3, so that's pretty old in today's tech. And then the U, ending in the U, that means it's from its like low wattage part. So a Zen 3 U is it would be nowadays very low powered processor, low performance processor, should I say, not low powered. Then the AMD Ryzen 9, that's going to be more powerful, 3K OLED versus 2.8K, that's about the same, but one's an OLED, one's not. 1 terabyte, the other's 512, but he hasn't listed the prices again. This is triple, we just can't give you help with that. We need the prices, we're missing a processor name, and we're missing your use case.
Yeah, and these may not be ones that are available for us to be able to find.
Yeah.
So, because I'm not familiar with these ones that you're sending.
Yeah, so I want to move on because I have heard there are driver updates with the G14 using G-Helper with a ton of the heat while uninstalling AC. Yes, our G14 is up to date, yes.
It said Zen 4 and they're basically the same price.
Yeah.
I think the Zen 4 then would be your better option between the two. You would go for the newer processor.
I think so too. That was a decent step up. 7730U, Freddie asks, at Mike, and Mike is responding to Freddie. 7730U is a third refresh and they're slow. Yeah, it's 2 generations below. Okay, so I'm trying to think here. How many people have got on the live stream? It's still got 180 people. It's crazy.
Oh,
Get subscribed, folks.
Jaden is asking, is the LOQ a scam? Because I've never seen it with the RTX 4070 before. So to that point, sometimes they do configurations of laptops for Black Friday that are not available during other times of the year. So they may be trying to get rid of the 4070s specifically because they know the 5000 series is coming out soon. Maybe they did build this laptop with limited stock for Black Friday. That's a very possible thing, especially since we're seeing the Zen 3 processor in it. Like, it's kind of a weird, we like to call them Frankenstein laptops. Yeah.
Maybe you should check on Walmart. Just make sure check the seller and let's make sure it's legitimate.
Oh, it is Lenovo.
Okay. Yeah, well then it's legitimate.
It's not a scam.
Yeah.
It's just that it is a unique configuration that might be only available right now.
Yeah, this is a good point. I'm going to flip it over to we just chill for a second. You know, the way a lot of these laptops are sold in retailers is, funnily enough, the retailer is more the customer of the manufacturer. So what might happen is Walmart will sit down with their team at Lenovo and say, hey, this is the specs we're wanting to sell on Black Friday. Make us these laptops. And that's why you see like Best Buy might have specs that are different elsewhere, and it's their buying team that are coming in and saying this is what we want to sell to our clients. So that's kind of how it's done, and they might have them looking for different specs at different times of year. They're in communication with Lenovo, updating them on the pricing, so then they can say, okay, this is the one we think is selling best. They can look at their own analytics to see like what are people buying. And that's also, by the way, one of the things I talked about this. I usually have these videos that come out at the beginning of the year where I'm really angry talking about why laptop buying sucks. You know, oftentimes when you look at the way, and I don't blame them, Best Buy does a great job. One of the ways that they decide what laptops they're going to sell or what manufacturers are going to build is between the Best Buy team and being one of the biggest buyers of laptops in the world and the manufacturer. And oftentimes Best Buy knows that when you're on the floor of Best Buy, because they have physical stores, you know, a good screen, a high quality filling chassis, and something that on paper have good parts like high performance processor, lots of RAM, lots of storage, that sells. But what doesn't sell on the floor of like a store, whether it's Best Buy or one of the others, is like good quality speakers, good quality webcam, not getting hot or having loud fan noise. Those things are very hard to tell, or low battery life. When you're on the floor of a Best Buy, those things are hard to tell. So they tend to get a bit deprioritized in how laptops are produced because, you know, the buying teams at these retailers are not really demanding these things. So that's why, you know, you see a big difference between, say, an Apple and some of the PC manufacturers. It's just how it's done, right? Where Apple have their own stores, they're deciding themselves internally what they should produce.
Should I buy a MacBook Pro or Max for work and playing WoW and TFT?
TFT! I was Emerald last season. No, the season before. I'm one season ahead. I didn't play last season, but I was Emerald. So I love TFT. Let me just flip back. I want to go over the website in a second. So it's not going to matter for TFT.
Should I buy a MacBook Pro or Max for work and playing World of Warcraft and Teamfight Tactics? I think we got to know what your work is.
Yeah, and you also haven't said 1460. Being an expert in playing TFT off the Mac, I'll tell you right now, TFT, unlike League, it goes into big team fights very, very, very quickly, right? And so even though League technically doesn't use a lot of, it's not an intensive game, but that's because most team fights, at most it's 5 versus 5, right? TFT, you could have 8, 9 versus 9, so you get a lot more spells being cast at the same time. It happens earlier in the game. So it is more intensive than League. You wouldn't think so, but it is. As long as you run it at 1920 by 1200, which is the resolution I run it at, most MacBooks are totally fine to play TFT, and certainly the M4 Pro. I would not step up to the Max for that. I think for what you've described, I think the M4 Pro, you've given us limited information, but the M4 Pro is fine. I'm going to be playing TFT on the M4 Pro. Isn't that cool that I get to describe TFT in detail? Because I know a lot about TFT. I got to Emerald on a Mac. I know it's not Diamond, I know it's not Masters, but it's pretty high in TFT.
I actually think this is a good question. Should I buy a Chewy FreeBook at list price or a VivaBook on Black Friday sale?
The VivaBook.
I would think the VivaBook, yeah. We like the Chewies when these kinds of sales aren't happening, but I would say the VivaBook is probably a better machine.
If they're comparing it to this VivaBook, which we've got up the top of our deals page, it's going to be more powerful. The Core i3, it's from the same generation, the 12th gen. The Chewy uses an N100 processor. It's also from the older late 12th generation, but this is a more powerful processor. It has 2 extra cores and they are performance cores. Even though it has less memory, it's actually a more powerful machine than the Chewy, so it's going to be quite a decent amount faster. The Chewy will have a better display though, but the Chewy also has a bad trackpad. The Chewy will have a noticeably better display, but then again, you're saving $150. So it's kind of like the Chewy's performance it's slow. This one is more manageable, the performance, but the Chewy has a better display. So I'm going to leave that up to you, but I kind of lean with Sierra. This is probably more useful.
Someone said the G14 is $800.
What? G14, $800? Did that just happen?
Yeah,
We've been looking
like
at the
an open box.
Oh, an open box. We've been looking at the G14 all day, guys, and we haven't seen any price. Oh, it's just dropped then.
Well, this dropped down to $1,200, yeah.
I want to talk about the website. Maybe you can take a question for a second. I'm just going to mute my mic. And then I want to talk a little bit about the website and what we're doing.
Yep, there's an open box from 762.
That's a good deal.
That's a great deal. If you can get the G14 for 762, you'd be so happy. Happier than like the Tough and some of these other ones that we've been talking about in that budget range. Okay. Okay. Questions just came in really fast. Jaden, where's the IdeaPad Pro 5 850? If you could send that to us, we'll make sure to put it on the site. Best $500 to $600 with 16 gigs of RAM. Let's see, what do we have? I think your Arrow might be your only option in that price range. 16 gigs of RAM, $650. It's a good laptop. I really like that laptop. So we have that right here. And this is one of the better deals on it that we've seen. That was for Black Bull. You recommend HP Flip, but at UK pricing, would your opinion change? HP Flip with 226V 16512 for $1,250, or Yoga 7i for 32 1TB for $1,050. Yes, I would say between those two, I would do the Yoga 7i. You're getting 32 gigs of RAM, and we haven't found the Lunar Lake processors to be significantly better other than in graphics. So if you're not doing any light use, if you're not doing any light gaming or anything like that on the side, I would say the cheaper one. Go for it.
Sorry about the noise. I want to check the battery life of these. I think we'll probably call it at 4 hours.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair.
Because we're starting to get low on our battery on our recording devices. Okay. And our lights behind us are probably going to go too soon. But yeah, so should we...
Yes, James, I would say the OmniBook Ultra with the Ryzen 365 processor would probably be good for Photoshop, Illustrator, other basic tasks. What would you recommend as a 2-in-1 for a student under 600? It
has to be the Yoga. That's 7i.
The 7i 2-in-1.
Yep. Let's check that. It's this one. I think is the one we like. It's not under 700. Wait till this goes on sale.
It is on sale with Lenovo. We need to
update it.
Yeah, we need to update it.
Yeah, because this one is a good one.
That's currently on sale at. So we know that we can update that. It's Lenovo's website.
Okay. So let's, how many people have we got in the chat? Okay. So we still have 190 people watching. This is cool. We've had almost 200 people watching the whole day. Hi Josh, after looking at the Best Buy website for the Dell XPS 13, the OLED model is the same price as the Full HD model. Would OLED change the value of the device? Absolutely. Yes, it would. So he's saying the XPS 13. We've got to get the XPS 13 on the site if they've got the OLED version of Best Buy. Why is that not updating? That's the Snapdragon version. The OLED version at Best Buy, is that where this is taking? Let me see this one, view more specs. I want to check what we've got on the website. We don't have the display type. So that's the one at Dell, that's the Snapdragon one. What is the one at Best Buy? This is kind of helping us make sure the site's better, guys, because we've found quite a few deals. We've probably found 4 or 5 deals that weren't on the site that we've had.
Yeah.
The OLED, yeah, this is a fair one. Okay, but this is $100 more, $1,000. I don't think it's good at this price. Yeah, I think it's a buy.
So, Sophie, just to answer your question, we do have a list for programmers on the website. We do cater to STEM students quite a bit in our recommendations. We think about them often. So we do have a list specifically for programming, and we also have one for, I believe, creators, or a list for creative work. Yeah, so we do have lists for that. And then someone else asked, if battery life and weight doesn't matter, but fan noise and heat is important, is there a Windows laptop that competes with a 16 gig MacBook Air M3 for $1,049? Yes, I would say a Snapdragon or a Lunar Lake laptop would be the go-to for me on those. You're going to end up with better fan noise and heat than other traditional Windows laptops. So I would go for something else with 16 gigs of RAM with either a Snapdragon or a Lunar Lake processor.
Someone is asking about the X1 Carbon Gen 12 Qualtra 5 126U 16 gig RAM 512 gig for $1,000. I would get the versus the M3 Air. I would absolutely get the M3 Air, honestly. Yeah, we have the Carbon here. It's okay. I mean, I'm assuming this is not the OLED version at this price. It's probably the lower resolution one, which means the MacBook Air is going to be crisper. I would get the Air. With main use go light to moderate development, watching tutorials, yeah, I'd get the Air for sure. I think the only benefit of the Carbon over the Air at this price point is the Carbon's keyboard is a little bit more comfortable, but a little bit. It's not, the Carbon's keyboards have kind of gone downhill. They're not quite as comfortable as they used to be. Like here, the Surface Laptop 7, I think, has a more comfortable keyboard now than the Carbon. So yeah, so we're updating the XPS on the site. 1365U, the EliteBook, 32 gig of RAM, 1356U for $949 for a programmer. It's okay. The 1356U, which is the older 13th gen, so it goes Lunar Lake, which is the Qualtra 2, Meteor Lake Qualtra 1, Raptor Lake, which was the 13th gen 65U. It's not a powerful processor. I would be a little bit wary of this as a programmer. It'll work, but it's definitely one of the slow. It is a super slow processor. I would be nervous about that. So that is for says Lax. I can't pronounce the name.
Actually, does that line up with what you were saying on our other video about them speccing up these laptops to kind of make them seem like they're better than they are, but then like the 32 gigs of RAM being a really great feature of that, but it not necessarily having the great processor
I
to
think
back
you're
that up.
so spot on, Sierra.
Yeah.
Like 32 gig of RAM is something you'd want to see on a more powerful laptop. That's better suited with a Qualtra 7, Qualtra 9, at least, you know, a Ryzen Zen 5 processor, higher end Zen 4 processor. 32 gig of RAM on a older Raptor Lake U series, that makes no freaking sense. That processor is just not powerful enough to really do anything with that 32 gig of RAM. Which one to take? HP OmniBook Ultra versus Lenovo Yoga Slim 7i Aura. They're very different, mate. We've been asking this question before. This is from Tanvir. The HP OmniBook Ultra is this laptop here. It has an AMD Zen 5 processor, and we've shown you this before on our chart. It is the highest performing Windows processor out there, so it's a more powerful processor. Lunar Lake is more down here. I think it's the dark blue. Yeah, it's the dark blue down here. It draws less wattage, but it's significantly less powerful. So you're asking like apples and oranges here. Like one is a powerful laptop, which is this one, and then the other one is more for, so this one is more like if you want to do some more hardcore kind of coding, you'd want a processor like this, but I would actually suggest you go for the Yoga Pro 7 if you have the option. I think this is a great deal. It's 32 gig of RAM. It has a Ryzen 9, one of the new Zen 5 processors, 32 gig of RAM. It's got a larger 14.5-inch screen, and it's more pixel dense, so code will look crisper than on the HP OmniBook or text. If we go to the Aura Edition, which is down here, that one here, this is a great laptop too, but it's nowhere near as powerful. This is better for light use. You can still do some coding on it, but like very simple coding. This would be great for student coders, people like that, but this is better for more like home or office use, just general browsing the web, managing a business, responding to emails. That's where this one comes in. So there's this one and this one here are very different machines. One's a performance machine. This is going to perform like 80% better than this one, right? Or 70% better. It's a completely different machine.
Our new coffee supporter asked if the M3 Air is good for programming. I will work on simple game engines to do simple games. So basic game dev, I assume.
It's not ideal, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's ideal either.
Can you do it? Yeah, of course, but it's not ideal. Because
game dev is going to be more demanding than like web dev is going to be.
Let's show the graph. I mean, people can see where we are. Like the MacBook Air with M3, that's the M4. That's weird that's down there. That's a 10 core. Oh, no, 10 core is about 1,000.
No, that light gray right there is the M3 8-core.
Yeah, so that's it there. So the M3 is down here. Like you're looking at almost the worst, one of the worst. So the multi-core is this way.
It's not a great performer.
So it's about the same as Intel's Lunar Lake, right? Which is what we've been talking about. It's very middling. For game dev, that needs to normally is just a bit more intensive. I'd love to see you on at least the base M4 10-core MacBook Pro 14. So that's what I'd like to see you on instead.
But depending on your budget, if you're looking at the M3 Air because your budget's like $1,000, then I would stick with some of the other Windows ones we were talking about just now.
I don't know what he could get for that. I guess he could get the OmniBook. Oh, but it might be Mac specific dev though.
It might be Mac specific dev. That's a great point. Simple games are often like iOS games that you're developing.
But I think to Sierra's point, I think it's a good one. If you are open to Windows and you're doing that, this is going to be better. It's still not going to have, you don't have GPU. If you wanted a GPU for game dev, maybe the IdeaPad.
He said light. Or they said light, yeah.
But still, you might still want a GPU even for light. I mean, what have we got? We've got the IdeaPad 5 Pro. Maybe this would be better because this at least has a GPU for you for $879.
True.
So that's going to have better graphics.
And that's a good deal on it.
Yeah, it's only a Core Ultra 5 though. What else is there that we got? Oh, here's one. That's the Ryzen 5. Either of the IdeaPad 5 Pros are okay for that. Let me see if there's any others that are good for game dev, about $1,000. I mean, obviously the LOQs will be fine, but those are going to be big, heavy laptops. I think the Lenovo Slim Pro 7, what's that? That's going to be more powerful. Yeah, maybe this one, the Lenovo Slim Pro 7 14. I'd get that. Yeah, as long as you can go. That's going to have you got dedicated graphics. You got a more powerful processor. That would probably be a bit of a better buy. The screen isn't very bright on this one. The MacBook is going to be okay. It's just, I'd really like to see you on it. Honestly, I'm just going to speak completely transparency. There's some great deals going on MacBooks. You really should be buying this laptop here. This is a huge step up from the M3 Air. Huge. That's what you should be buying. It's $1,400. I know it's $400 more, but it's so much better for what you're doing. Guys, let's get some subscribers going. We want to get these subscriber numbers up. We've been doing this for almost 4 hours. You guys owe it to us. If you're not subscribed, click subscribed. All right. She said, geez.
I'm currently working on a handheld game device. I would develop those games for that, and I want to carry my laptop with me.
My handheld game device will use it's more likely to be integrated graphics. So that Lunar Lake ones are not bad. I think the Slim 7i Aura is probably a bit better then. Maybe give that a shot.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What about the Pro Art? We've talked a lot about the Pro. Sierra can talk about the Pro Art. It's her favorite. She got a Pro Art right there. She's using the Pro Art. It's her favorite.
Yeah, the Pro Art's good. It's just not a good budget. And I don't know if you're talking about the PX13, if you're talking about the P16. You didn't specify, so We need more details.
ProArt, but what's your summary on this one, really? It's just got everything.
It's just a little magical guy, you know.
But there's some fan noise.
Oh yeah, there is a little bit of
Is that fan noise coming from that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Can we just call out Burl Tigers, which is a very random name, but he is not only subscribed, but he's bought 2 M4 MacBooks using the site. What a legend. What a legend.
Thanks, man.
Data science, Apple or x86, but I'd go with x86 for data science and CS generally. You know, Mike, it totally depends. I think if clearly CUDA is going to be pretty standard with NVIDIA, which is an advantage. But Apple's aren't. I'm hearing good things about Apple's for data science, particularly the new M4s. I mean, they have fast memory. You know, people always say, oh, NVIDIA has faster memory. Not in laptops. NVIDIA's 4090 is around the same as memory speed, memory bandwidth as the highest end M4 Max. And a 4090 in any PC laptop is expensive. I think we're going to probably call it pretty soon. We're going to do 9 more minutes and we're calling it at 4 hours. There's no deals in Canada, man. Yeah, we talked about this a lot. We're going to expand next year to the site. It'll probably come about mid-year around the student buying time to Canada, India, UK and Germany. It's going to be a big focus for us to expand there. Yoga Pro 9i for light gaming, but mostly want to keep productivity. Is it okay to get the 4070 on sale rather than the 4060 for $600 more? It is absolutely fine. I think that makes sense given a $600 difference to step up to the 4060.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in the display though? I think the Yoga Pro 9i might have a different display for the 4050, and if my memory serves. Can't believe we know this stuff. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's so much cheaper, the Pro 9i 4050. Wow. Can you check that's on the Black Friday deal? That should be there.
Oh, that one I'm pretty sure is, but I will double check.
Yeah, there's a difference in display. It's an IPS display versus mini LED. I still wouldn't bother buying the mini LED for $600 more.
Yeah, it's on the site.
Okay. Should I get an Asus G14 at $1,199? I know the processor or the TUF. With Ryzen AI9, oh, I'd get the TUF.
That's only a $200 difference, and I think it's going to last you longer because it's the newer processor.
Yeah, and also it doesn't feel. I promise you, like the G14,
it doesn't feel as warm.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's a more comfortable gaming experience. The TUF.
Yeah, the TUF doesn't feel as warm as the G14.
Will the P60 go on sale? We don't know. We don't know. We hope so, but we haven't seen it on sale yet.
Yeah, I don't think. To be honest, wait, I think it is on sale. One of them is on sale right now.
Okay. We'll bring it up.
Yes. The P16, both of them are on sale right now.
Oh, P16 just went on sale.
They're both $200 off.
Ooh, that is good.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. How is this? Is this on our deals? Did that just happen? Did that just happen? Why is that? That should be on our deal. That's incredible.
Yeah, $200 off for those. I would say it's comparable to like the MacBooks, where a $200 deal is a really big deal for them.
We have to go through this afterwards, after this stream with Kayam, because ProArt P16, that should be, and there's a bug on the website. It's not showing up.
Hi, Total Gadgets. Thanks for the hearts. Yoga Pro 7 or MacBook Pro M4. Huh. That's an interesting comparison.
I need to send this to our devs because there's something wrong with the website. It's not showing on the search screen like that you see here. It should show that it's on best price ever.
Yep.
But for some reason it's not.
Yep,
and we need to get that fixed. Just hang on. It's a custom built for all the people who are software developers here. Our website is 100% custom build, so we've got to fix a bug. It's happened. Can you believe this? We're finding this out on Black Friday. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is. We'd rather fix the bug than not. Just give me 2 seconds, guys.
A friend asking about 2K Canadian for a gaming laptop. I don't know the conversion rate. I'm so sorry. If you can give me what that number is in US, I might be able to give you an idea. But I have no idea based on the conversion rate.
Just give me a second, guys.
Okay, Yoga Pro 7 or MacBook Pro M4. I think that's going to depend, like, they're about the same price. I think and I think they perform about the same. Yeah, we would need to know, like, what are you doing with it? Do you prefer Mac or Windows? Do you have a preference? Like, I think we would need more details on that. They're quite similar, though, as far as them being like base performance machines.
I think my 2 cents is the MacBook Pro M4 is just such a better machine.
Oh, yeah, it's a much more premium feeling machine and things like that.
Oh, actually, he's talking about the Yoga Pro 7. I just realized, no, I thought he was talking about the Yoga 7.
No, yeah, Yoga Pro 7, the new one.
Yeah,
The keyboard's
she's
really
right.
nice.
She's right. The MacBook is a more all-round premium machine, but
the keyboard's nice on the Yoga.
yeah, I've used them a lot, right? I would say, I'm writing the review on the Yoga Pro 7 right now. Let me just bring it up. We all know the MacBook Pro 14, so I won't write that one, but the Yoga Pro 7. I actually think the Yoga, for 1,300, wow, it's tight. I personally would, also I've touched the mic, I personally would buy the Mac, but I can certainly see why you'd buy this one. I think the difference, let's drill into what Sierra said and give some specifics, okay? The MacBook build quality is better. The MacBook has less fan noise and heat. It has pretty much none. This one has a little bit of fan noise. It's not bad, but it is there. You will hear it in a quiet room. The Mac has better speakers, as she said, a bit better all-around build quality, better speakers, better webcam, better trackpad, right? On the Yoga Pro 7, you get more memory. You get one of those Ryzen processors, which is probably a bit more powerful than the base M4 MacBook Pro. Then it also has a more comfortable keyboard. The screen is fairly similar. I personally would sacrifice the memory. I'd probably get the M4 base, but it's neck and neck. I got to be honest, it's up to you. It's neck and neck. They're very close. It's not a clear decision. You've got to choose what's important for you. I'm sorry to say that. Do you want a more all-round premium machine that has no fan noise for pretty much most use cases? Or do you want 32 gig of RAM, a little bit more CPU performance, but less GPU performance, probably less GPU performance, and a slightly better, more comfortable keyboard? You've got to make that decision. It's really what's important to you. But these are very close, though. This is a great deal. This and the M4 base are very close. I think we've got 2 minutes left. I'm going to take one more, then I want to say a couple of words to everybody. Oh, that's a ridiculous question. Going to college for computer science, data science, should I grab an M4 Max 128 gig now or wait for a Strix Halo launch? That's just silliness.
You probably don't need that.
You shouldn't be buying anything more than the M4 Max 48 gig. That's always ridiculous. 128 gig of RAM, it's so over the top. For a student, that's ridiculous. If you do buy it, please buy it through one of our links. We'd absolutely love to get that, but I'm being honest with you. That seems completely overkill. Josh, is the Yoga 9i still worth it with a 4050 card from your website? Yeah, it is. It is. Let's see what it compares with, right? So let's see the Yoga. So this is the Yoga Pro 9i 4050. It's on a big discount right now. This is the IPS screen, not the mini LED. But let's see around what else is available around that price, right? Here it is here, the Yoga Pro 9i. With the 4050, I personally would get this, the Neo 14, probably over it. It's the screen is, it's a 40. You got a 4070, 32 gig. This is a 40. So it depends what you want, right? If you're doing more gaming on the side, I'd get the Neo 14. That's got a great deal right now. I know it's a 14-inch, but it's a 14.5-inch. It's a pretty decent screen size. That's a viable option if you want better gaming around the same price. Yeah, I still think it's viable. I think, not viable, I think it's decent at that price. Yeah, even though it's an older laptop, it's been out the whole year now. I like that. If you're not going to use the graphics at all, I'd get the MacBook Pro 14 base. No, because it's 32 gig RAM, 1 terabyte of storage. Yeah, it's a good price. It's a good price. Yep, even though it's been out a while, it's a good price. What it says, look at our price tracker, guys. So it's the lowest price it's ever been. Yeah, it's fair. It's a good price. I think it is a good price. Yep, even though it's only 4050, you got to understand the whole quality of the Core Ultra 9, right? That's pretty high-end processor for Intel. 32 gig of RAM. Yeah, I think it's good. I think let's start to wrap. What I wanted to say is this, guys. Look, we've built this insane laptop buying website. so that we can bring in the best deals that you know, when you shop on all these other sites, they've got hundreds of laptops that you've got to wade through. These are heavily curated. We're setting price brackets of when these show up. So sometimes they'll show up, sometimes they won't, right? Because we're setting ranges. You don't see them here because these are all the big deals, but if you go down to recommended tech, you'll start to see, like for programmers, here are the ones we like a lot. These are ones which have hit the range where we think they're a must buy. These are that you just buy them. Then down here, these are the ones we think are good for programmers, but more the price is more reasonable. It's not like it's a decent buy, but it's not amazing. You've got the ability to kind of cross-reference if you're doing, you know, programming and gaming. Here you go. Programming and creating, for instance. Here you go. You can kind of add these together to different use cases. We've got the ability small screen. If it's it's a MacBook. If it's on a huge sale, we've got lots of nice filters here. Buying through this site, not only does it hopefully help you, which is why we've built the site, but it also is what helps us grow at this channel, right? It's cost nothing more from you, but it does help support us. It really does. It's a big deal. It is a big deal. I won't beat around the bush, and we want to grow. Here's how we're trying to grow and be better for you next year. We're trying to go international on the site, right? So we can support India, Canada, UK and Germany first, and then other internationals afterwards, and we want to do it well. We don't want to just be this place that just whacks on deals so we can get commission. We want to find you the best laptop in the best way we can, which means we need to actually have people who are eyes on it. They know the devices, they know the right price ranges at which time they're a good buy and which aren't. And that's why you're not seeing all the laptops here. You're only seeing a selection, right? Because we're careful. So we want to grow internationally. We're trying to add email outs where you'll be able to say, hey, I'm a creator and a student, send me laptops deals that are below $1,000 when they come up. We're not going to flood your inbox. We'll just send me your emails when you want. Same goes, so you'll be able to click on laptops and say, hey, send me this laptop when it drops below $700, okay? And the other thing we're trying to do on the site, what was the other thing we're trying to do on the site too? Oh yes, we want to put all our data here so you can generate your own graphs comparing laptops together as to which one has the better CPU or better gaming performance. So we want to add that to the site. That's what we're doing on the site. Here in the actual studio, and when we've got some exciting news which are going to excite late next week, but you know, we want to add some more team members so we can help be even more thorough, be covering even more, and be more specialized, right? How cool would it be if we had our own audio engineer making our sound better for the channel, but also that person, he or she runs primary on testing laptops for audio engineers and musicians, right? We want people to be very specialized so we can cover even more use cases, right? This year we didn't cover best laptop for audio engineers and musicians. We didn't cover best laptop for finance and trading. We didn't cover best laptop for interior design and graphic design, or no, that's a different interior design and architecture. There is so many opportunities to expand, and we can only do this with your support. So here's what the ask is. Get subscribed, help us out. We've been on here for 4 hours. Sierra should be away. She should be relaxing. We've been on it for 4 hours, so get subscribed. It's free, it's simple, it helps us out. Tell your friends about the channel. If you are going to buy a laptop, please try and buy it through the website. If you find better deals, click this here, let us know, and we'll update the website with a better deal. A lot of it is automated where we're pulling APIs and stuff like that, but that helps. And as I said, we are manually looking at this stuff to make sure they're great. Having your eyes on it helps too. If you can become a Patreon supporter or a YouTube member, that definitely helps a lot too. And finally, yeah, as I said, if you are going to buy a laptop, buy through the site. It helps us out. You've got the website down here, justjosh.tech. And I think that's pretty much all we got. And Sierra, do you have any closing thoughts?
No, but thanks to everybody who hopped on the stream. And, sorry if we didn't get to your question. There was tons of them. But yeah, it was fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah. And we'll catch you guys later. And, I'll take a look. I might hop online a little bit tomorrow morning if there's some good deals to help people out as well. And we're in it. We're smashing it. And thank you for your support. We'll catch you later.